Happy morning, everyone present here. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all for the second day session on the 6 days faculty development program on comprehensive cybersecurity techniques. First of all, I welcome our today's chief guest, Dr. Manjula Sanjay, Head Department of MCA, Diamond Sagar College of Academy and Technology, Bangalore. Welcome, madam. I welcome our secretary, madam, Dr. B. Vanitha, for her insights. Then I welcome our principal, Dr. J. Ratnamana, ma'am, and our vice principal, ma'am, Dr. S. Vidya, ma'am, for their support and cooperation in conducting this event. Then I welcome our dean, Dr. P. Ajita, ma'am, and the coordinator of this program, Dr. A. Lavanya, ma'am, the other heads of the departments and deans and directors for this event. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to share some introduction about today's chief guest, Dr. Manjula Sanjay. Dr. Manjula Sanjay is an accomplished academician and researcher with over 22 years of experience in field of computer science, specializing in data mining, machine learning, data analytics, IoT and big data. She holds a PhD in computer science from Bardar University, Coimbatore, India, currently serving as professor and head at the Department of Master of Computer Applications at Diamond Sagar Academy of Technology and Management, Bangalore. She has a robust academic background with numerous publications in reputed peer-reviewed international journals and conferences. Ma'am is a lifetime member of the professional bodies like CSI, ISTE, IRAD and other bodies. She also has received appreciation from SWAYAM NPTEL in 2018 and 19 and 20 for her contributions to the education and online learning initiatives. Welcome you, ma'am, once again. Thank you. Ma'am, you can start, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, session is yours.
So, thank you for that warm introduction, ma'am. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my knowledge on NEP. So, basically, I think this is one particular area like the session which is more different from the other sessions, I guess, because the topic tells that comprehensive cybersecurity techniques, right? So I was asked to speak on the NEP. So my presentation includes 3 different parts. So the first thing I'll be touching on the NEP and competency-based education, what it is, we will look into that and the implementation of all those things. And then I'll be touching on the pedagogy aspect, because pedagogy is one particular important thing which is required for the competency-based education. Third thing is I'll be demonstrating few of the tools so that which you can take up in your classroom and make your session to be much more interesting for the students. So basically it helps the teachers in exploring a lot of things, usage of the tools and technologies as well, so that the documentation also becomes easy for you. Like unlike you maintain all the documents on your Excel manually. So here nothing is required, everything will be online, everything, the tool will give everything, all the assessments, everything, whatever you are going to put in. So it will be easy for you to document as well. So these are the things which I have planned for today. So let's move on with the presentation. Anytime you can stop me in the mid. If you want to clarify something, you can just stop me in the mid. You have the slide change, Emma. You have the slide change, right? Okay, so my topic will be on NEP 2020 perspective, integrating competency-based education in higher education institutions. So we will see how actually we are going to integrate CBE, that is competency-based education, in our institutions. So when we look into this, what strikes to you all? This is a roadmap to success. Does it give some meaning to you all? Does it convey something to you all? I want all the audience to be interactive in the session so that the session becomes very interesting. Does it convey anything to you all? Yes? Yes. This is a road to success, wherein the road is not like, you can see half of the road over here, you don't know what next leads to. There may be several hurdles on the road, but still you will have to reach over there. You have to reach your destination. So if you want to reach your destination, There are several hurdles which you need to clear everything and then go over there. That is the success what you find over there. So any success when you look into it is not a smooth driving for you all, for all of us, right? So when you want to achieve success, there are a lot of efforts which comes over there. Similarly over here, you need to cross a lot of hurdles and lead the path so that you can find success in your life. So with that, now NEP, when we speak about NEP 2020, there are a lot of aspects which NEP emphasis on. But NEP emphasis mainly on towards the holistic development of the students. So how we provide the holistic education for the students. That's the agenda of today's session now. How do we provide holistic education for our students, right? So NEP 2020, so here they introduced competency-based education. So wherein we transform all our teaching learning we transform whatever the rote learning what we were doing today, and still many of us are doing this. So we'll have to transform this rote learning techniques to something which is known as learning outcomes. So we are moving from teacher-centric to student-centric. It is not teacher-centric now. Whatever I feel in the class, whatever is important to me or whatever is easy to me, I don't go and teach in the class. It is not that. It is what student experts. So that is what we'll have to move now. So there is a transformation shift. There is a journey wherein we need to change from teacher-centric. There is a transformation shift. There is a So that's how we are going to develop the holistic education in the ecosystem. So when we do that, NEP calls for the shift for an assessment system as well. So when I say the assessment systems, normally whatever we studied, I studied and you are studying now, it's the same. So 3 hours exam pattern what we have, right? And then we are going to assess the students based on the examination. That is a summative assessment what we do. So what is that? Are we testing students on some of the learning outcomes over there or the skills over there? No, at the end of the day, yeah, grading system, right? A grade, B grade, C grade, whatever it is there, or the percentage wise. But what next? You may have seen that most of the students who have got some around 80%, 90% on their report cards, and how they've been placed in the companies. Most of the students, like, they don't even get placed in the companies, right? Because they are not able to apply the knowledge whatever they have learned in the institutions. The apply level has to come over here. So that's what NEP stresses on. We do not want our students to grade it based on the examinations. We want to grade our students based on the other kind of assessments which we do in the class, which is a continuous process for all of us. As a teacher, we need to do all these things, right? So how do we do all these things? That is known as a formative assessment, what we call it as. So now formative assessment, when I tell you on the formative assessment, at each and every level you are going to test the students based on the knowledge whatever you give over there. Okay, based on that you can tune your pedagogy over there, you can tune your teaching learning over there, right? So that is what NEP tells us about. So competency based education, when you look into, it will promote the learning, you can develop the students holistically, and you can test their practical skills as well. This is which is required in us. Like, we'll have to test the practical skills. Most of the students, when we call for the examination as well, when they come for the lab exams, especially computer science students, when they come for the lab exams, they mug up the programs and come literally. They do this without understanding the logic behind that. And we'll have to make them to understand the logic behind that. Why this statement is there? Even though the faculty explains them, but application of those particular programs will help them to analyze the things. So that is what we'll have to invite in the students. So competency based education, it clearly defines the specific learning outcomes, so which the students are expected to achieve. I know most of you, like, when you start your curriculum, when you start your syllabus, you will tell all your students on what are the objectives of the particular course. If not, you should start telling. Most of us, we do that. If not, if the freshers are there in this particular domain, like for the faculty this thing, you should start telling them the objectives of that particular course. Why this particular course is important, first thing is, and what are the objectives. When I say objectives, you as a faculty are setting these objectives. What is that you wanted to do for the students? What is that you wanted to give for the students? So that is objective, what we call it as. Outcome, when it comes to outcomes, what the student is supposed to do. Once you teach everything to the students, what do you expect the students to do? That is the outcome. Okay? So when that is the outcome, then how do you write an outcome? Because this is writing an outcome is also an art. I think the institution is affiliated to Bharatiya University, I guess. Correct? Is not wrong? Yeah. You get all the syllabus, everything from the university. And of course, I think they have also defined the course outcomes over there. Right? If I'm not wrong. Yes? Do you have? You are the autonomous institute. Then you people will do all these things. Correct? If it's an autonomous, then you have to do all these things. So when you frame your course outcomes, what is that you look into? You write CO1 over there. CO1 mainly, it will fall under the category of, you all know on the Bloom's taxonomy levels. First level, second level, third level, all these things. So remember, at understanding level, you are going to write the CO1. CO1 will be on the remember and understanding level. Why you are going to make it as CO1 under these two levels? Because all students in your class are not the cream students. You will have to satisfy both the category of students, slow learners and fast learners. Right? So what you do, you write CO1 at remember understanding level. So the next level is CO2. CO2 will be at the apply level. So you need to write a course outcome statement on the level of apply. Apply the techniques of cyber security on what? Mention that. The third level will be on the analyze level. So this analyze level also, you're going to write the statement. The first, understanding and remembering level, CO1, CO2, CO3. These three COs will be covered in your IA test, in the assessment test. We are not going to cover 4 and 5 because 4 and 5 require some time for them to write it. So within the stipulated time of 1 hour or 1.5 hours, you cannot cover that. Right? So CO1, 2, 3 you will be covering in your internal assessment. CO4 and 5. 4 will be at the design level. You need to frame a course outcome at the design level, and CO5 will be at the create level. So CO4 and CO5 also needs to be taught for the students. So how do you inculcate CO4 and CO5? At what level you are going to introduce this CO4 and CO5? So what you can do is, unlike what I told CO1, 2, 3 in the question paper, CO4 and 5 you can give them the assignment. When I tell them the assignment should be of higher order thinking skills. HOTS. You have LOTS and HOTS. LOTS is lower order thinking skills. HOTS is higher order thinking skills. LOTS is what, why, where, how, when. These are lower order thinking skills. HOTS, higher order thinking skills, comes under your reasoning, problem solving ability, critical thinking aspect. So all these things belong to your higher order thinking skills. So when it's in higher order thinking skills now, when do you want to assess the students now? This is also assignment I told you. You can assign some 50% of the marks for CO4 and CO5. Suppose if you belong to the computer science background, you can give them something on application development, you can tell them to do. Or if it's a theory subjects, you can give them some case studies kind of thing. So that improves their critical thinking aspect as well. So this is how you frame your COs. Framing your COs is very, very important over there. That's a first step. If you're going wrong at framing your COs, next level the assessment, everything will not be so proper. It will not be accurate. So framing your COs, course outcome, which is a learning outcome, what we specify over here, is very important because you are going to assess the students based on the learning outcomes. Am I clear? Is it fine? Yes. So the learning outcomes are designed in such a way that they are measurable, they are attainable. So when you go for the accreditation process, NAC or NBA, when you go over there, whatever you specify over there should be measurable and attainable. Right? So they are measurable, attainable, and demonstrate the three skills, the three aspects of learning. KSA, what we call it as knowledge, skills, attitude. So attitude comes under the terminology of dispositions, what we call it as. So dispositions means it includes your attitude and also values. Nowadays value system is not there with our students at all. The fate is that we need to teach our students on the value system. The respect towards their faculties, the respect towards their parents. You all believe with me, right? They don't have the value system. Why all these things are happening? And we were not so. We used to respect our elders. Even today we respect each and everyone. But not with our students, they don't have this. They have the mentality that I have paid the fees, I am coming to the college, that's it. No one should ask me anything. This is the attitude, what they have. So this attitude should get changed now. How are you going to get it changed? This is implicitly done. When the knowledge and skills develop, this is implicitly done. Because here we are going to show you in the next slides the lot of things which we need to concentrate on. Not only on our value system, attitude, the self-learning component as well. Okay. So there is a major shift which has happened in the NEP 2020. Classroom transactions, as I mentioned now, will be shifted towards the competency-based learning using several things like integrated into sports, arts, culture, and many more things like storytelling also. So less emphasis is on the input and greater emphasis on the output potential. That's what I mentioned on the summative and the formative assessments. More stress to be given on the formative kind of assessments. That means output, not on only the input. Asking what question over there and then you are measuring the student over there. Okay. Assess the students on the higher order thinking skills, on the parts. Formative and adaptive assessment as of for. Assessment for learning. Assessment as learning. Okay. So that needs to be inculcated. And examination to test achievement of learning outcomes through assessment of core concepts of knowledge, 11 higher order thinking skills, application of knowledge. So all these things which I just mentioned you, all these things needs to be assessed now. Now when you look for the students, I think most of the PG students are also over here. You should understand the 21st century skills, what is like expected from the industry. What are those 21st century skills? We will look into that as well. So that is why when the shift has happened, in order to achieve the KSA or KSG dispositions include your attitude and values as well. So learners need to acquire the skills and knowledge, but they often lack values and attitude as I mentioned. This also needs to be incorporated internally when they are learning the things. Yeah, this will be incorporated. Okay, so learners should be able to understand and appreciate the perspectives and world views of others. They should understand the whole perspective, the whole ecosystem. Learners, when I say, these are the students. Then students should be engaged in open, appropriate, and effective interactions across culture. That is their communication, that interpersonal skills should be very good as well. Then take action for collective well-being and sustainable development. I think most of you are aware of the Sustainable Development Goals, which United Nations have come up with 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I suggest that you give some of the tasks based on these sustainable goals. Mainly we should concentrate on our health and well-being, then quality education providing, then cleanliness and sanitation, poverty. So just inculcate few of the SDGs you can take. For this year you can define some of the 3 SDGs wherein students will work on these 3 SDGs over there. Whether it could be computer science or whether it could be management students or whoever it is. Okay, work on these SDGs because that will inculcate the problem solving ability as well. It increases over there. So in that 17 SDGs, each year some 2 or 3 you can take up and see wonders will happen. Students also learn so many things in this. And examine local, global and intercultural issues as well. I think most of you are aware or not aware of this. AICT has also come up with the exchange of culture and tradition as well. So suppose if you are in Tamil Nadu, you have an option to go to, you and your students have an option to go to northern part of India or the eastern part of India and understand their culture, their food, their art, everything. And those students and faculties will come and explore your culture, your food, your art in your state. So that's how students understand, and all of us understand each other's in a very different way. So ACT have already come up with those initiatives. And ACT will be assigning this to which states of students will be going. So that way, they only assign the students. So let's understand now what are the skills which are required by the learners. When I say learners, again it's students, with respect to Industry 5.0. So I will be touching now on Industry 5.0 skills, because we'll have to look into skills of the Industry 5.0, Education 4.0 skills, and also World Economic Forum skills, 21st century skills. So I'm taking into account all these three domains over here. What are the expectations from them to the students? So what skills are required? In order to understand the skills, what is required, let's understand the first industrial revolution, which happened in 18th century, that is 1850. So there we came up with steam-based engines. Steam engines came into existence. Then in between 19th and 20th century, we had the second industrial revolution, wherein the mass production, electrical energy-based mass production came into existence. And the third industrial revolution, which is computer and internet-based knowledge, what we all are already from third we are continuing. So what we have, 1980 we came up with the third industrial revolution, and in between third and fourth we had certain other things which came into existence, like artificial intelligence, IoT, then big data analytics. So all these things came into existence in between third and fourth industrial revolution. So fourth industrial revolution, 2010 it happened, fourth industrial revolution, wherein we started concentrating on the circular economy. That's why I mentioned on the SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goals defined by United Nations. So we are concentrating on the circular economy over there. And then the fifth industrial revolution, currently what we have is with respect to cognitive manufacturing systems, mass customization, cooperation between man and machine, that is Internet of Things everywhere, what we call it as. So that and the physical systems, digital twinning, all these things are the emerging technologies which we have. Everything comes under the fifth industrial revolution, that is by 2025 it's going to happen, and this is much more complex. So you can see over there, it is much more complex over there when we move up the ladder over there. So this is about the industrial revolution which happened, and now understanding this industrial revolution, we should be able to judge like what are the competencies which are required for the learners in today's generation. So learners should be aware of these technologies, emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, edge computing, cobots, 6G and beyond. Still we are in 5G now. 6G and beyond also we should know. Blockchain, Internet of Things, big data analytics. So all these technologies students should be aware. Next is Education 4.0. When we look into Education 4.0, the key enabling things what we have, the major trends in education is a more personalized learning, which we need to focus on the most personalized learning over there. And then more remote learning opportunities. Now we have something very good things are happening, like online, we get a lot of things over there. Online learning should happen. And there's a lot of education tools which are available nowadays. So you can make utilization of all those things. And data is available at all the times, and it is at fingertips, right? And then easy and accurate assessment, we should be able to make up because of a lot of technology and tools which are available. Then project-based learning also we have to look into. So these are the things wherein we need to focus over here. And all these things. This is what Industry 4.0 tells us about. When we looked into Industry 4.0, these are the job skills of Education 4.0. What are the job skills that the industry expects from the students? They expect the problem solving ability, they expect the collaboration, they expect the adaptability. Adaptability is a very great thing which the companies expect from the students. The organization expects from the students. Because most of the time students will not be able to adjust. They will not be able to adjust to the environment. Maybe or to some of the work pressure it can be, whatever it is. The stress levels they are not able to take up. Those were the days when we were studying, we didn't have separate sessions for this mental health sessions. Nowadays you are seeing there are a lot of apps which are available now, and most of the institutions are coming with this mental health sessions. Right? Why all these things are happening? Because students are going through a lot of trauma, they are going through a lot of stress over there. Why all this stress? One thing is because of the social media. They are adapted to that. And there is a separate session on there for them on the mental health. How to improve their mental health. There are different applications, apps which are available. They need to answer from some 3 questions over there, and then some mentors they can take up and their problems can be solved. So this is a state what we have achieved now. But for us, when we are depressed or something, we have that capability. Now also we have that capability, right? When we are under depression, we discuss with our colleagues or we discuss with your near and dear ones, and then you sort out your problem. It is not a big thing for you. But what is not a big thing for us is a very big thing for the students now. It's a very big thing, right? Because they don't know how, when a problem is occurred to them, they don't know how to solve that particular problem. Why? Because they are not moving their brain to think on other aspects, right? So that is where we need to inculcate the reasoning aspect, thinking aspect, critical thinking, analysis. And there is some problem given to you, how to analyze that one? How do you face a situation over there? So all these things needs to be brought in. So this is adaptability and collaboration, working in teams. Then interpersonal skills are very, very important. A student who is doing very well individually may not perform very well when especially in teams. When he is not able to perform in teams, then it is a failure on his part. So we should make students to understand how to work in teams. Most of our students come and tells us, right, ma'am, with this girl, with this group, I will not include anymore. I cannot get attached to them or discuss with them my ideas. All these things comes over there. So we need to teach them, like all the students, on the interpersonal skills as well. That is collaboration, what we call it as. This is what Industry 4.4 looks into. Right? What are the top 10 skills of World Economic Forum? So World Economic Forum has come up with different skills which falls under the category of problem solving, self-management skills, working with people, and then technology use and development. These are the 4 different skills which they concentrate on. World Economic Forum data. So all the jobs which are happening in India and worldwide, it is based on this particular analysis. You can go to this World Economic Forum website, or especially the students who are present over here, you can go to this particular website. And also for teachers, it's very important because you should know what skills the industry is expecting now, so that you can tell your students. So when you log into this World Economic Forum, you will get to understand what are the skill sets which are required by the current generation. So when I tell of the problem solving ability, it is analytical thinking and innovation which comes to your mind. We should test the students on these things. Analytical thinking and innovation. I think yesterday also in your institution you had some event on the Smart India Hackathon, the internal selection process you all had, right? So students come up with their innovative ideas. They need to come up with their ideas, develop the prototype and all these things. So this will enhance their thinking, analytical thinking as well, and innovative things in them also comes up. Okay, such kind of events needs to be organized. And then complex problem solving. This is what our students are lagging. They do not have the problem solving ability. So how, when a particular scenario is given to them, how do you solve that particular problem? The critical thinking analysis is very, very important. Given to student with some of the case studies, this can be enhanced. Creativity, originality and initiativeness. So when we tell something for the students, we should call them by their names and the students will come over here. So it's an initiative which they need to take up. They should have that leadership skill, right? So that and reasoning, problem solving and ideation. So these are the main problem solving skills which the organizations expect from the students, And we as a facilitator or as a teacher, we should incorporate all these things in our students. So all these things, how you are going to incorporate, right, learning outcome 4 and 5 which I mentioned over there, you can bring in all the skills in 4 and 5. Course outcome 4 and 5. Okay? And then self-management skill. There is active learning and the learning strategies. Because self-learning is very important for all of us. Whether a student or teacher, self-learning is very important. Especially with students, active learning and self-learning is very, very important. And also resilience, stress tolerance and flexibility. Just now I was discussing on a mental health, everything. Because of the stress, all these things happen. So this is also very important for the student. This skill also is required. Then, working with people. Collaboration with people. So how the collaboration with people happen? Leadership and social influence. This skill is very, very important. And then the technology use and development. How effectively the students can use the technology effectively, monitor the technology and control the systems over there, and technology design and programming. So these are the 4 important skills which World Economic Forum stresses on. Based on this, the job requirements will be posted by various organizations. Okay, so understanding the skills which are required by Industry 5.0, Education 4.0 and World Economic Forum data, the skills will have to incorporate in the students, and that is possible through competency-based education. I think you all got the objective of why competency-based education is in picture now. Am I clear? So when we look into the various skills, these are the needs of the 21st century learning environment. That means we, as a facilitator, as a teacher, what we are providing for the students, the cutting edge pedagogy which we are providing, flipped classroom pedagogy, very important. Flipped classrooms. How many of us are doing all these things? Because once in a while, like we should do, not once in a while, at least a week, in a week once you should do this, flipped classroom. So you can just share some video for the students. I know if you share a video for the students, student will not go through those particular videos and come for the class. We all know this. That is why what you can do is, you can share a video of some around 5 minutes, 10 minutes max, so a short video giving highlights on what you will be taking for tomorrow's class. What is the importance of that particular concept? So that tomorrow's class you can discuss, because 5 to 10 minutes videos definitely students will look into. Because our students don't have that patience to hear to one hour of lecture or half an hour of lecture as well. They've experienced all these. At least 5 to maximum 10 minutes if you give them the highlights on what topics that you will be dealing for tomorrow and importance of that. You can discuss in the classroom the applications of that, and that incorporates the critical thinking in the students. Okay, and you can call the student, 1 or 2 students, you can call them. You can ask them to discuss about whatever things that you have sent over there. Can you discuss some of the use cases on this? You can tell the students will come and discuss over there. So that will enhance their leadership quality as well, their communication skills, their lifelong learning skills as well. So these are the ways where a flipped classroom can be used. Then an integrated learning pedagogy you can make use of. Project-based learning, and come to the point of project-based learning, how project-based learning can be exhibited in the classroom. We'll also look into that. And what are the different critical pedagogy approaches. So all this is incorporating all these things. Definitely what the 21st century skills, what expectations are there, that could be met if we incorporate all these pedagogies over it. Right? So competency-based education is an educational model which focuses on the skills and competencies the students can demonstrate. So the main emphasis is on the student learning over here, their achievements, his outcomes over there. After learning this, what is the outcome? The outcome is not writing 3 hours of exam over here and getting 90% marks over there. The outcome is that the student should be able to apply the knowledge in certain real life scenario. Education is the most powerful weapon where you can change the whole world. So I quote, this was quoted by Dr. Abraham Lincoln. But we can always empower our students to learn all these new things through competency-based education and change the whole world over. So it's in us to inculcate all these things and change the younger generation over there, so that many things, wonders can happen in the world. Yesterday when I was coming to Coimbatore. I met one of the person over there at the airport because my flight was delayed by 2 hours. So I was discussing with her. So she said that she was from Dubai, and she said that her son was studying in Bangalore in one of the international school called some Canadian international school. And you know the fees of that particular school, yearly it is 25 lakhs. Yearly it is 25 lakhs. Okay? So that school, when they are charging that much, that is that does not include the accommodation at all, only the teaching and other extra co-curricular activities, these things, 25 lakhs, okay? And then I asked, like, what's the difference between CBSE, ICSE, and the kind of teaching? When they are charging 25 lakhs, it should be something great, right? So I asked her, what subjects they have, all these things. So she said me that they have mathematics, they have science, they have, and then English they have, okay? And all other things are optional. They have the languages, Hindi, Spanish, French, all these foreign languages are also there. They can take any language, and it's not mandatory for the student to take up the exam there, assessment, because that will just add 1 or 2 grades over there, points there, that's all. So that way there are other subjects like dance, drama, skate, all these things are available, art, everything. So this also carries some of the points, that's all, not major. Okay. Now the major is mathematics, science, and English. Okay. I came to the point in mathematics, what all things they learn. How do they teach? So she told me the classes will not happen. Just like how in IAC and IIMs, how it happened over there, IITs. The classes never happen over there. And then the students will be given certain assignments. When they look for the assignments, they need to complete the assignments and then submit over there. The assignments, believe me, as a postgraduate students, when the students submit their project reports, we'll be checking for the plagiarism. I do not know whether you have this. In PhD we have that one. For doctorate degree we have. But for master's thesis also we check it over there. Right? Not for the UG students, I guess, here. But at the school level, they are checking for the plagiarism there. At the school level. Okay? So, plagiarism up to 40% is allowed. Up to 40%. 60% their writing. And believe me, the assessments are not like for us, like how we give the tests, exams and all. It is not that way. Whatever I am telling you now on the CBE, completely they are following that particular approach. Completely. It's a continuous assessments which they are doing, formative assessments which they are doing. And students, I asked her, do the students have the learning skill, writing skills over there? She said absolutely zero. Then what next? Are they able to draft an email, at least a letter, or draft an email? At least this a student should have. 9th or 10th standard student means. No, they don't have all these things. When are they going to learn? They will learn next. When I say next, that means all these things, whatever they are submitting now, it will be posted through the email. They will teach you next. That means, whatever the CBSE in 8th standard they are learning, in IB it will be for 12th standard. It is that easy. But writing is the learning is very easy there, whatever they teach. But their problem solving ability, thinking ability, everything will be in us, not in our students. Now this is a different approach. This is a different approach. That is why most of the US students, when you see over there, the syllabus is very easy over there. It is not at all a tough thing. And the English to that standard they maintain, of course. But other things, mathematics and science, is not to that standard. But they make students to work. They make students to get the skills on that particular topic, whatever they have been taught. So that is the way where NEP 2020 is shifting from traditional rote learning to the competency-based learning. Okay. So grade-centric exams, whatever we have the assessments, we are just moving into strategic assessments and active learning, and then teachers evaluate the learner's capability of analyzing, applying, assessing skills and knowledge learned in the classroom. These things, that's why I mentioned that your learning outcome should be very strong over here. If it's very strong, then you can assess all these things. If your learning outcome is not proper over there, everything goes mess up over there. Okay? You need to analyze the students. You need to apply the knowledge, whatever the student has learned. Ask certain those kind of questions during your internal assessment. You can do this, right? And Assessing the skills and knowledge through learning outcomes 4 and 5. So the paradigm shift has happened, as I mentioned. It is from credit hour. We all mentioned there, right? Since you are also an autonomous credit system which you follow, right? Choice-based credit system you follow. 2 credits, 3 credits, think 1 credit courses you have. So we are moving from credit hour to content mastery. How the student mastered is the concepts learned. So that assessment is to focus on teaching. We all focus on teaching now in the current generation. What we have, we need to focus on learning. That is why I mentioned we have made a transformation shift from teacher-centric to student-centric. Then time is constant and learning is variable. But we should move to the time is variable, because each child, each student may take different time. A student who can learn in 10 minutes, the other student may take some hour to learn the same concept, the same thing, because his learning ability is different, right? So time is variable, learning is constant over there, right? Greater focus on, so employers focus more on the outcome over there. What students have achieved, their KSA, knowledge, skills, attitude. Okay. So competency-based education will look into KSA, as I mentioned. KSA, this A can be disposition, which comprises of attitude and moral values as well. These are observable, measurable, performance, and these are performance metrics. So example I'll give you over here. Suppose you go to a doctor, you want to take some injection, right? The nurse will give you some injection. The nurse wants to inject you the injection over there. The nurse is well aware of where to inject first thing is, right? And because you might have observed that some of the nurses, when they give, you don't even feel the pain at all. Not even a single pinch of pain you feel it, right? Because whatever they have learnt over there, they are applying now over here. When they are applying over here, the applied knowledge comes over there. The skills they are exhibiting there. When they inject, the skills they are exhibiting there. When once they inject and they are not throwing their syringe or whatever it is there, just like this, right? That is attitude. They are disposing it in some dustbin over there, right? And then how they speak to you, all these things are attitude. The skills, whatever they have gained during the learning period, they take the measurement over there, they inject there, how much the air bubbles to be gone over there, and then they take how much our medicine is required, and then inject. These are the preset procedures which they are following over there, right? So this is the best example of how knowledge, skills and attitude comes into picture. Same kind of attitude should be there, good attitude a student should have. So which is observable, measurable, performance metrics we have for that, so that he or she can apply, the students can apply the knowledge in real life scenarios. That is why I told you that if we can empower our students with the competency based education, they can face the real world scenario. Can we get the water, madam? So outcomes, when we speak on the outcomes, I said you are going to frame the outcomes there, right? So when you frame the outcomes, there are two types of outcomes. One is the content outcome what we had, and the second one is the process outcome that we have. This content outcome, we will focus on the development and assessment of competencies that include our 21st century skills. That means whatever in our curriculum, whatever we are, the syllabus, whatever we are giving for our students, that covers under the content outcome over there. Okay? The process outcomes will describe the achievement of the skills through examples. So that means the cases, the use cases when you give for the students, how our students or learners are going to apply the knowledge, whatever they have gained through the content outcome on this particular use cases, that becomes your process outcomes over here. So process outcomes are much more important as content outcomes are only the medium for OBE. OBE is, CBE, that is competency based education. For that we take the content outcome, but as well as this process outcomes are very, very important for our students. So learning outcomes when we look into this differentiating support to all the learners. As I mentioned, each learner is different, each student is different, each student learning pace is also different over there. So we should also look into that. And meaningful and timely personalized feedback. Take feedback from the students. At a very continuous thing, we can quite often whenever the assessment is done, you can take the feedback from the students so that you can improvise on your TLP over there. Teaching learning process, you can improvise on that when you take the feedback. Next is designing and delivering authentic assessment mechanism. So when you take the feedback, you know that the feedback given by the student. Based on that, you can devise your assessments as well. Okay? How to devise the assessments and all? I'll show you some of the tools demonstration here. So as I mentioned, NEP 2020 recommends on moving from rote learning to learning how to learn. That means competency based education. So flexibility in selecting the subjects. I think most of you, like in your institution also, you have flexibility in selecting the elective specialization subjects for the students. No one is forcing the students over there, but they, with their interest, they are taking. So flexibility in selecting the subjects. Focus on proficiency in the languages. That's what I mentioned on the SDG 17 goals over there. So all those SDG goals along with the proficiency in the languages can be built over there. Ethical and moral reasoning, and then resource conservation, citizenship skills, all this can be incorporated. Students should be well aware with the current affairs and knowledge of the critical issues, and also students should be aware of the learning outcomes along with the emerging technologies. Data science we have, big data analytics we have, artificial intelligence we have. So all these things can be brought in, because when I say artificial intelligence, not something related to only computer science students, right? Artificial intelligence in mechanical engineering can be brought down with robotics. Artificial intelligence with respect to commerce, for the management we can get in over there. So AI can be used in almost all the domains, it can be used over there. So we should make use of these emerging technologies to be used in all the domains, unless like restricting only to computer science. Okay. Alright. Now, when we looked into all these aspects now, we'll have to bring some changes in your curriculum, I said. Right? When you want to bring some changes to the curriculum, then our textbooks also needs to be focused over here, which is very important. Right? Now, textbooks what we give over here should not be a kind of guide kind of thing where the students learn and then only during the exams. It's not so. It should be application based, analysis based, design based. So that kind of textbooks you need to look into. Okay? So textbooks to facilitate discussion, analysis and application oriented it should be. And it should have high quality bilingual and teaching learning material. It should be of high quality TLP. You will have to devise your plan. As per the textbook, it should be of that kind. Basic training on disaster response, first aid, health, nutrition, hygiene. Again, SDG goals you can set it over here. And focus on developing moral, ethical values, moral values for the students. And practice the internships or your project work or through your vocational experts. Some kind of training could be given for the student. That's how you can enhance all your competency-based education with the curriculum and the textbooks. So up to now, we looked into the various things on what students should achieve. What are the 21st century skills? How do we make the students to achieve all those things? Now at the same time, when we are giving all these things for the students, we as a faculty, as a facilitator, we should be well versed in all these things. Isn't it? Our competency should be high over here. So when we have to be competent enough, then what are the different levels of competency a faculty should have? A faculty should have the behavioral competency. What is this behavioral competency? Behavioral competency is something which is related to your operational work performance at the institution level. Your operational work performance. It's something related to that, and what are the demands of your institution that you need to fulfill. That is known as behavioral competency, what we call it as. The next competency what we have is added competencies. So along with the behavioral competency, whatever we had, some of the additional knowledge which is required for us to improve our work, to improve our learning, that needs to be done. So that is known as added competency, what we call it as. The other competency what we have is the integrated competencies. So integrated competencies should take into account the knowledge, skills, and also understand the external and internal work conditions over here. That means you are bound to the institution work internally since you are an autonomous institute, and also you should be bound to the regulations of the university because degree granting is from Bharatiya University, right? So there is some percentage of change in curriculum which you need to make it. You can always make that one, and also you should be bound to the external factors as well. External, when I say, these are the university regulations what we have, right? So that is known as integrated competency, what we call it. So a faculty should be well versed in both the things, not only the knowledge and skills, also the regulations part. And the last level what we have is the holistic competency. Holistic competencies, when we look into this competency based programs, how you as a faculty, you as a facilitator can take into account the competency based programs and project based learning and ability enhancement courses, this kind of things, how do you plan? That competency you should have. When you have that competency, the certain measures which you can take up to increase your competency levels. We'll look into all those things. This is for the faculties, what competencies we should have. Based on a behavioral competency, added competency, integrated, holistic. As a whole, you are going to consider. So how do you implement the competency based education? So, excuse me. So, how do you implement the competency based education? In order to implement the competency based education, first thing is you need to identify the critical competencies. What is the critical competencies? Faculty need to identify what my student should competency they should have. How to identify and show. Okay. Next, reflect the competencies and learning outcomes. Once you decide that my students are going to learn all these things, upon learning they need to exhibit all these things. Put it everything as your learning outcome, as your course outcome over there. So once you frame your course outcome, how do you assess them? What are the strategies you give to assess the students over there? And then critical factors for competency based assessments. What are the factors that you need to consider? What are the factors when I say what skills the student will achieve? So that you need to take. And last stage is find out the best way to demonstrate the competency. Not through exams, not through 3 hours of exam. What other methods do you follow? What other method, pedagogy do you follow to exhibit all these things? Okay, so this is how, taking into aspect of all these things, you can come up with a competency based education. Okay, so understanding on the skills of industry 5.0, education 4.0, world economic skills, and then on the competency based education and how NEP takes into account this competency based education and what NEP tells on this competency based education. We will look into some of the principles of competency based education. So when I look into principles, when you look into this particular slide, what strikes to you all? Does it convey some meaning to you with respect to competency? Yes, this is an archery, where when you want to master your archery, okay, now these things what you are going to look at over here, okay, these things, and then you have something called as over here the yellow circle over here, right? This is called as bullseye, right? A student or a learner, when first time when you are practicing, can you hit this bullseye at the first shot? You cannot hit it, right? No. You need to have a practice. When you become master in this particular archery, then you can hit the bullseye. Not before that. You need to master in that. So before mastering, what do? You need to practice lot of things over there. So when you need to practice lot of things over there, now when you're mastering, when you're trying to master your archery, you somewhere you point over here, everywhere. Now this becomes your milestones. This is your first milestone, second milestone, third milestone, and so on. You've got various milestones over there. So when you have the milestones over there, when you have reached your milestones, then you have practiced a lot over there. Definitely you will be able to hit the bullseye when you master the art field. Right? So the same thing applies over here, that when the competencies, when we describe the competencies is nothing but a spectrum of your knowledge, skills, dispositions. This spectrum it covers over there, right? So this spectrum you need to define first. When you define the spectrum, then you need to define your learning outcome. Okay? When you define this, learning outcomes, as I mentioned over here, these are my learning outcomes. Learning outcome 1, learning outcome 2, 3, 4, 5, so on. I have 3, up to 3 I will give. Then 4, when I hit somewhere over here, this can be my 4, this can be my 5. At the grade level. Okay? So that way you need to design. That's why I just got this slide, like we'll understand about the milestones and creating the learning outcomes over there. Right? So, learning outcomes are nothing but these are the milestones that learners need to achieve in the journey to acquire a competency. So, in the competency model, based education model, learning outcome will represent the expectation, what are the expectations from the students in order to achieve. Not the teacher, not as per the teacher convenience. It is as per the student convenience. For students we are. Okay? So that's what this particular slide tells about. Now this particular slide when you look into, this is the second principle of competency based education. So what does this slide convey to you all? There's a very good, beautiful botanical garden over here, wherein you have many herbs, shrubs, trees, flowery plants you have, right? Lot of other plants are available. Each plant is different from one another. Similarly, each of our students is different from one another. The same kind of pedagogy, the same kind of learning cannot be given for all the students. It varies. So whenever you take the class, the very first thing what you all should do as a teacher is that you need to assess your student. You need to know about your students. Now when you look for some of the applications, know your customer. That comes KYC. So similarly, know your students first. So you need to build a portfolio for your students. When you build a portfolio, this portfolio you are going to collect it from the student at the beginning of the semester, the first semester. So you will get to know everything about the students. What are they interested in? What they wanted to learn? What are their expectations from your industry, from your institution? What is their vision? What is their mission? Everything you make a point over there. Students will give all those information and analyze all those things. And then you will get a good knowledge on your students, what your students are. When you get the knowledge on what your students are, you can tune your TLP over there. Right? You can tune your TLP, your teaching learning mechanism, you can tune over there. Suppose if you find that your group of students are not so bright students from your class or section, then you can tune you can just lower your teaching learning process over there. And for the other section who are all very bright students, you can tune your TLP as per their students' request, whatever the information they have provided. So that way, student portfolio collection is very important in order to achieve all these things. It's a very good practice if you can maintain that. So each student is different, each learning is different over here. So we can apply the pedagogy for this, we can give the pedagogy for the students at different levels and then assess the students over there. That is why this slide has been brought in over here. Okay. Next, students learn actively using different pathways and varied tools. So student is looking at the world map over there. When is looking at the world map, he is looking at some place, say India. From India, traveling from India to US, what are the different possible paths? He can look into that. What is the shortest path? You can rotate that, you can see. The same way, each and every student can learn on their own. They have that capability, but we'll have to pull out that capability in them, which is internally hidden over there. Okay? And the learning pace is also different. You cannot tell that. That's what I mentioned on the other time, like 10 minutes or 20 minutes a student is taking, and then you cannot tell that the other student is taking much more longer time because he's not so very good in his this thing. He's not very good. The learning phase is different over. And look into this. This is a very fantastic slide where the student is where the kid is enjoying with the mobile over there, right? So here, when the kid is able to make some decisions, when I say decisions over here, the kid, whenever you give a mobile for a kid or when a kid picks up the mobile from you, very first time when it sees the mobile, the kid does not know how to open the mobile, right? Or through observation, the kid might have learned from their parents how to open the mobile through the pattern or through any other means he could have observed. So when he opens the mobile, and then when the kid clicks on several application over there, some app over there, find something interesting over there, and then the kid will move on to the next applications or next whatever it is. So the kid is able to make some decisions over there what he or she is interested in. When the small kid can do all these things, why not our students? Our students also have that ability, but we should provide some space for our students to do all these things. I'm so sorry. Okay, the students are best decision makers, but we have to inculcate in them about the decision strategy over there. How do we do this? Okay, this is a very important slide which we should make our students to have to do some decisions on certain things what we provide. Because as a kid, it is doing somewhere from kid to transformation from kid to the next this thing, everything is lessening over there. That should not lessen, it should improve. The decision making should improve there. Assessment. As I told you, each and every assessment is a different. Assessment as learning. Now we should change our mode to assessment as learning. The changing the mindset from assessment of learning. What we are doing now is assessment of learning to assessment as learning is a real challenge. That's what the outcome should be, learning. The outcome should not be 3 hours exam and grading the students. What is the learning which is happening here? That you need to focus. Okay? Why we are not, most of our educators or most of our faculties are not aware of these things because they are not trained in this particular. I cannot tell that faculties are not doing this. Faculties are not trained on these aspects, so they are not able to do this. So institutions should provide a way wherein how the assessments can be done. Probably one session you can keep it on how the assessments can be done effectively for the teachers. Teachers can learn all those things, they get trained and design the assessments that which they can make learning to be enjoyable over. Right? So, National Curriculum Framework, this mandates that the focus of assessment should be on reasoning and not merely on the recall of the facts. As I mentioned, CO1 and CO2. Okay, sorry, CO1, remember understanding level. This is mainly on recalling of the facts over there. Sorry. As I mentioned, higher order thinking skills I mentioned over there. So, NCF, that is National Curriculum Framework, mandates that the students needs to be assessed on higher order thinking skills, the reasoning skills, the problem solving ability, critical thinking skills. So, all these things need to be taken into account. So, assessment should be meaningful, it should be planned to help the students to achieve specific competences and learning outcomes as well. So, students receive timely, differentiated support based on their individual learning needs. As I mentioned, NCF stresses heavily on individual learning and mandates that each learner progress and performance should be documented. That's why starting of the session I told you that you might have feel it very tedious task to maintain everything in your Excel sheets because institute demands all those things you maintain in the Excel sheets. But use the tools which are available. I'll show the tools. Some of the tools I'll just take you through some of the tools where you can document everything. Any point of time your dean asks or your principal asks, will just take the printout and give it over there. Or any committee comes for the assessment this thing or MAC committee, you can just take the printout and file it and keep. It will lessen your work over there. Okay? So you should use the technology tools. It's like, I think you all have the LMS in your institution. You can use those tools for learning as well. Also other tools which like quizzes you can use over there. Okay, there are a lot of other tools which are available. You can use those things and then make each and every student to learn easily. Students' progress is based not on the seat time, that is 1.5 hour exam or 3 hours exam. It's not based on that. The time is based on the learning. He or she can sit, the student can sit anywhere, anytime, take the assessments, complete the assessments, make his learning to be enjoyable. So that's what NEP 2020 recommends that institutions should provide the student with opportunities for self-directed learning and online learning. Rather from the traditional learning, whatever which is happening now, along with that, you can also go with the self-directed learning and online learning, which I mentioned on the flipped classrooms kind of thing, or blended learning. So all these things you can incorporate in your teaching learning. So students should demonstrate on the attainment of mastery for the desired learning outcome. CO2, when it is there, apply level you are going to make it there. CO2 is at apply level. How the student is able to apply the concepts over there and bring in some changes to the application. Okay, that needs to be focused. So looking into all the principles over here which I mentioned, all the 7 principles which I mentioned with respect to competency-based education. Now let's take an example over here. This is one particular thing which I have taken for the web development course. It's a computer science course, web development course which I have taken. So here in the curriculum I have got 10 different levels over there. I am measuring the curriculum with the different levels which you all also should follow all these things. If you follow, it's a very good strategy to understand how the students are learning. So I am plotting a graph of different levels curriculum with different skill sets over there. So you can see over there at the initial level, level 1, students will be learning on, because this is for the web development course, they will be learning on the version controls, what version controls are, they will be learning on that. And the level 2, they will be learning on the well-formed structured code, how to write a structured code, web development code, how to write that. And at the level 3, working with Node.js. Okay, these 3 levels will be achieved, these 3 skills will be achieved level 1, level 2, level 3. And the 4th level of skill is a testing. Testing skill will be achieved at level 4. At level 5, the skill which will be achieved is working with databases. Student will get to explore on various kind of databases over there, how to connect with the databases, all these things they will be learning. So at level 5, this is a skill which they are going to achieve. At level 6 over there, they are going to achieve scripting dynamic web pages. How to create a dynamic web pages through the scripting languages. Okay, using TypeScript. How do you create that? So that at the level 6th skill they will be observing, they will be getting. And in the 7th skill, they are going to get an idea of how to design an user interface, because this is a much demand course in the industry as well, much demand skill as well. How to design the user interface, he or she will be getting at the 7th level. The next level of skill is a routing web request. How do you route the web request over there? That is the next skill at the 8th level which the student is getting. And at the 9th level, he will be getting the how to build an APIs. Okay. When he is able to build an API at that particular skill, you can see over here the complexity is increasing over here. Level by level, the complexity of the skills has been enhancing over here. And where the student has to build an API, he has to go through all these things. He has to work with databases, he has to go with Node.js, he has to go with the testing concepts, he has to go with how to create the dynamic web pages. So all these things, then he will build an API. And the next skill will be on authentication, session management. Session management skills also he will learn. And finally, whatever the application he has built, he has to deploy to the production state. So here the skill is that from version control to the full skill sets to deploy a production application, student is learning. Now this is the level of mastery which I meant. I meant that the student should be mastery in his skills. How to make the students to be mastery in his skills? It is through this. This is a kind of division which you all should make it in when you frame your curriculum. Okay. So this is an example which I have taken. This example gives us how AICTE NEP 2020 model curriculum into the National Credit Framework, NCRF. So how this National Credit Framework, I think you have heard of Academic Bank of Credits. You had in your state? Are they maintaining Academic Bank of Credits? No? Okay. So Academic Bank of Credits is that whenever a student registers for a particular institution, the university demands a student to register for ABC, Academic Bank of Credits. Whatever the student earns during pursuing his degree, suppose in the first semester the student is earning some 25 credits over there, that 25 credits will be added to the National Credit Bank, Academic Bank, okay? Academic Bank of Credits will be added. During that meantime, if the student has cleared some of the more certifications, either through NPTEL or Coursera or through Udemy, some 2 credits or 3 credits if he has gained, again that also will be added to your ABC over there. So this way, whatever the student will learn during the course of his study will always be stored in the Academic Bank of Study ABC. Okay, so that is a central repository wherever the student is, whichever institution goes. Suppose if a student is changing from this institution to the next institution is going. So the other institution will get to know what are the skills a student has gained. Okay, so that's one good framework which has been brought through the National Credit Framework, that is ABC. So here you can observe over here, this is a 4-level UG program which I have mentioned over there. Again, this is a course which I have taken for the web development. Okay, so under each level you can see, for UG first year, the students will be learning on the basics of web programming and JavaScript. And at level 2, that is the second year, the student will be learning on the server-side scripting and Node.js student will be learning in the second year. Okay, and at third year, the student will be learning on the front-end technologies, on React, and then TypeScript student will be learning. And in the fourth year, student will be learning on building your application and deploying it over there. Okay, so you can see over here at each year, in every year, the student is mastering in some of the things, skills, and then finally he is ready to deploy the application to the production. So when you look at this one, now the next slide will give you the exit pathways as well. This is what NEP 2020 recommends. Okay, now exit pathways are, now you can see over here, the national credit from the ABC, the level which is achieved is 4.5. This is defined by the National Credit Framework. Okay, and in the second year it is defined as level 5. The third year it is 5.5. In the fourth year it is 6. This is defined. It's already predefined by NCF. Okay. Now, what are the exit pathway options? Yes, the student can exit after first year. He can do that one because he has learned the skills on advanced, on the basic web programming concepts and then the JavaScript over there. And he can drop the path and take another course. Yes. Now, at the first year, he is sufficient with his Java course. Okay. Now, he wants to take up with the AI course or cybersecurity he wants to move in. He can exit from here. He can go to the cybersecurity course over there. Okay. But now we don't have that option. But we have to give an option for all these things. Then exit to take a job into the industry. Yes. If he is not interested to go to learn the other techniques, other courses, yes, he can go to the industry and he can earn the things. Now the salary is about 1.2 lakhs per year, for example. So this is at the initial level. Okay. The next level, that is at the second level. Second level also he can exit any point of time and get a job in the industry where a little bit his salary is increased over here. The third year, yes, of course, exit option is there. He can learn the new things. If he does not want to learn, he can go to the industry and earn. There is some increase in the salary. And when his proficiency increases or when he gets the mastery over there, then his salary is increased to a enormous amount over there, and then he will get a very good salary, and provided he has completed all the certifications as well, all the skills also has acquired at different levels over there. So this is what your National Credit Framework gives us the different levels and exit options for at each and every level. Okay. Now this is what I was speaking on the Academic Bank of Credits. whatever the student achieves, it will be stored over here over a period of time up to 7 years. Everything will be stored over here. This is very important, and most of the universities are also doing this. This is a very important slide. This is a new initiative from AICTE. So AICTE along with Pupil First is a company where ATAL is integrated with Pupil First, and they have come up with a simplified approach to the integrated vision of learner-centered classrooms, how the classroom should be as per FDP. Okay, so they have implemented this particular program in around 18 institutions in 6 different states and 13 universities under that. Of course, in South India this has not been done still. North India they have done this. Around 16 institutions, 18 education institutions, they have already implemented this particular program under the name LIGHT. That is Leadership in Teaching Excellence. Leadership in Teaching Excellence. So this is a program which will bring together the 5 knowledge frameworks into a unified platform over there. What are the 5 different knowledge frameworks? Let's see. Now you can see over here, there is a small pot over here, right? Small image. This is the faculty. Just imagine the role of the faculty now. This is the faculty, and there are 5 different frameworks which needs to be combined. This is the classroom, the physical classroom. Okay? There are 5 different frameworks which needs to be combined over here. The different frameworks are one is digital assistants, teaching assistants, and then course authors, and then research, and then NEP digital backend. These are the 5 different frameworks. This they are going to combine and makes the teacher work to be very easy also, and also which I told you, the 21st century skills, all those skills can be exhibited over here. You can see over here, research component has also come over here, right? And also you have a teaching digital assistants you have. You also have a teaching assistants along with them. You also have the course authors also. So combine everything over there. They come up with this particular approach. There's a very beautiful video which I wanted to show you actually. I'll show you. Okay, in a while. So there's a beautiful video wherein how this integration happens. The entire mechanism have been dealt in this particular program. If you're interested more, you can just go home and explore on these things under this live program. So the students, when they develop the competency over there, it is in us, the faculties develop the competency, skill-based assessments, you plan everything, fair mindset you should have first and foremost thing is. Because most of our faculties work for the salary. Of course, all of us work for the salary. It is not that we don't work for the salary. But some of the faculties have the mindset that I am getting only this much. Why should I work for so many things? Right? This is the attitude of the faculties. So, leave all those things. Have a fair mindset that you are going to improve your younger generation. With that mindset, start doing the things. You should be a lifelong learner for that, and various faculties will incorporate all these things and make wonders in the teaching community. That's how competency-based education comes in the picture. Now, what are benefits for the students? For the institutions we saw over there, how teachers needs to do, we looked into. Now, what are benefits for the students with all these things? The benefits are that flexible self-paced learning, any point of time. The student, any point of time, anywhere, anytime, he or she can learn. No rigid restrictions on the particular timings that you need to sit in the class, do all these things, should learn only there. It's not so. Practical experience, because students will be working on the real-time projects, they will be working on some of the societal problems, they will be working on some of the scenarios over there, so they will exhibit the practical experience over there. Next thing is personalized teaching learning. Any point of time, you can ask the mentors and ask them to explain you or guide you like what you are not getting over there. So personalized teaching learning. Then clear communication with the mentors. You can always have things does not go well, or if it goes well also, this is a thing which I have done. Okay, how can I improve on this particular application? You can also look into that, which will lead to the global edge to the career side. So these are the advantages of students taking into the account on competency based learning. Do we have the tea break, madam? Do we have the tea break?
10 more minutes.
10 more minutes?
10 more minutes.
Okay. So, as I mentioned, my presentation I'll be covering on 3 different aspects I told you. The first one is the competency based education. The second one is on the pedagogy, which is very much required for our competency based education. So I'll be starting with the second aspect, that is pedagogy. Okay? Because if your pedagogy is very strong, ultimately you will be reaching your competency based education. Okay? So what pedagogy is all about? It is about sharing knowledge. So when you share the knowledge, which is dynamic in nature, and also this knowledge, sharing of knowledge varies from teacher to teacher, classroom to classroom, institution to institution, platform to platform, everything is different. So suppose I take some pedagogy, I do my pedagogy in a different way. She does the pedagogy in a different way. It is not that whatever I have done, she has to follow that. Still she can do it in a better way. It all depends on from teacher to teacher. Okay? So the most critical factor in pedagogy is the constructivism. What is this constructivism? It is a project-based learning. So when we say project-based learning, so here we are giving our students complete hands-on experience by defining certain problem statements. So this is how project-based learning will have to inculcate. In a while I'll explain you on the project-based learning as well, what it is. Okay? That is known as constructivism, what we call it as. So pedagogy is a constantly evolving process. Every pedagogy is different, as I mentioned just now. So this must fit the targeted audience and focus on helping students to develop an understanding of the knowledge delivered and relate with real life scenario. So whatever pedagogy you are going to make it, the student, whatever knowledge he has gained, he has to apply on that one and then apply it to the real world scenario. So to provide the rich classroom experiences, we can use various tools, we can use various techniques, we can use methods you can use. You can integrate all these things and bring it to your classroom discussion, which makes the class to be very interesting over there. And you can also use different assessment tools also to assess your students on the higher order thinking skills, and you can integrate ICT into your assessment and evaluation process, and self-assessment also you can. So in order to achieve the objectives of CBE, you are going to have some of the innovative pedagogical approaches. What is an innovative pedagogical approaches? First approach is that on the learning needs of the student. When you want to understand the learning needs of the students, you should understand about your students. That is why I told you, you should build your student portfolio for that. When you build a portfolio, this you will be able to achieve. Learning needs of the students. What are your students' expectations? Next thing, what is the mode of teaching? You understand your students' expectation, so you can alter your teaching TLP. And what is the mode of teaching? Whether you want to do it online or you want to do it offline, you can decide. Some of the easy concepts, online you can do it over there, because we know online how our students will listen. So offline, what are the complex things, you can do it offline. Okay? And then different disciplines. Suppose you are doing something AI for the computer science students. Okay, your computer science students feels that okay, this is okay, and your teaching learning process you will alter. But the same thing AI when you are doing for the management students, it's completely different. Your TLP is different over there. Different disciplines, different methods you apply over there. Not the same method. I have applied my computer science students this method in my class, so I'll apply the same thing for my management students as well. That will not work it out, because management students does not have any background on artificial intelligence. So there your TLP changes over there. So discipline wise it is. Evaluation assessment also discipline wise. Same thing whatever you are applying for a computer science students may not be the same thing with others batch of students. And collaboration, cooperation, creation and co-creation. Very important. The innovation, all these things. Then finally capacity building with the students. So these are the things which you need to meet up when you want to meet up the objectives. These are all things you need to consider. When we look into meeting of the objectives, let's understand now the innovative pedagogical approaches. There are 4 different innovative pedagogical approaches. The first approach is the behaviorism. The second one is the constructivism. Third one is social constructivism. The last one is liberationist. When we look into behaviorism, you create your lesson plans. When you create your lesson plans, you also give over there the various things which you want to include. That is your lecturing, your demonstration, what you use over there, everything you mention over there, right? What learning should happen over there, you mention over there. That is behaviorism, mainly focused on your lesson plan. Next, you have the constructivism. Constructivism means your project-based learning. How hands-on experience you are going to give for your students. That is constructivism. And the next one is on the social constructivism. In the constructivism, what you can do is, if there is some workshops or something which you are conducting for your students, or some kind of seminars, which is not hands-on session, some 1 hour session or 2 hour sessions on emerging technologies you are providing for your students. You want to assess the students on this in these 2 hours what students have learned. So what do? You ask the students, how was the session? You give some feedback forms to them and students will fill in. That is a different strategy. For this, for the feedback. But you can also collect some of the reflection papers on that. Ask a student to write a brief note on what in this 2 hours of lecture or the seminar, what the student has learned from the training. You can take the reflection reports from them. All these things comes under the constructivism. Okay. The next thing is on the social constructivism. Social constructivism means here it is student centered. Student centered and it is guided by the teachers over there. Okay. That means the teacher can make certain small groups over there and give some task for each of the group and take the observation from them how as a small groups how students are working. We'll do it now. That exercise I'll do it now. Okay. So that is social constructivism. Again, making all these things, again it is a student-centric approach. Okay. Next is liberationist. Liberationist means student voice is placed at the center. That means this provides a space and opportunity for students to learn independently. Give some tasks to the students to learn independently because that will enhance for his lifelong learning over there. So how students will learn independently, we are going to check over there. That is liberationist, what we call it as. Okay. So these are the different innovative pedagogical approaches which we all can follow. That is what I would suggest is when you frame a curriculum, I do not know, do you have a practice of giving the pedagogy in your curriculum? Do you have a practice? You can inculcate those particular practices or you can enhance those practices by inculcating more of pedagogy over there rather than only the mere teaching. These are some of the different types of pedagogy. Blended learning we have, as I mentioned. So I'll stop over here and continue after 10 minutes of break. So we will understand all the different kinds of pedagogy and tool demonstration will.
ரெஃப்ரெஷ்மெண்ட் மேலே அரேஞ்ச்மெண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஸ்டெப்ஸில் போய் மேலே போனால் அப்படின்னா ரெஃப்ரெஷ்மெண்ட் மேலே இருக்கும். அங்கேயே பிரேக் பண்ணணும். 11:25 ரிட்டர்ன் இருக்கிற மாதிரி டைம்.
முத்தூர்ல அப்படி மேம் சொல்லி Yeah, sure. Yeah, this plus that. Fine.
Yeah, yeah. look into the in this session we will look into the different types of pedagogy, and we will also understand how to implement these pedagogies and what assessments can be done on the pedagogies. So the different types of pedagogy, as I mentioned, is blended learning, gamification. We will use some of the gamification tools. I will explore you on the different gamification tools. Computational thinking, again this can be done through various scenario-based learnings, experiential learning, and then multi-literacies and discussion-based teaching can also be done. So the various types of pedagogy. And when we look for the different pedagogies, what are the different domains of learning needs? On what we need to focus in the students. So we need to focus on the cognitive domain, which helps in the brain development. What are different cognitive domains? With this cognitive domain, how it can be enhanced, how the skills can be enhanced. With social domain, and then affective domain, and then psychomotor skills. See, these are the different skills which we'll have to incorporate in our students. So when we incorporate all these skills, so each level has got its own importance over here. When you look into the cognitive skill, you are giving your students on the reasoning part. You are making your students to enhance their reasoning skills. When we look into the social skills, you are giving your students to how to enhance the communication skills, how the social gathering should happen, how the student should behave. All these things you are incorporating. Affective skills, how they confidently the student will speak, how with care and love the student behaves in the community. So these skills you are incorporating. The psychomotor skills, you are going to give some skills for the students wherein the students feel comfortable working with others, how his mind mapping and what he is doing. That is putting in the things into practice. That is psychomotor skills. How the mind and the practice goes together. So these skills you are incorporating. These are the different domains of learning needs. And of course we have some of the graduate attributes. You might have looked into your assessments, institution assessments portals. So there you have the graduate attributes. The graduate attributes are comprehensive knowledge. So we will understand now for the different graduate attributes what kind of pedagogy can be incorporated for that. Okay. So for the comprehensive knowledge, you want your students to understand the comprehensive knowledge. What is the pedagogical approach that you can use? You can use classroom lecture, the PPTs, chalk and talk. You can use the same thing. Discussions you can make it. Thematic representation, learning by design, some art kind of thing, some pictures, through some pictures students can learn. So all these things incorporated in these pedagogy will enhance their comprehensive knowledge. When we look into the procedural knowledge, when you want to enhance the procedural language, what is the pedagogy that you are going to use? Activity-based learning. Some kind of role play you can give. Some kind of activities you can other kind of activities you can do. So that will enhance their procedural knowledge. Skills. When you look for the skills, again your training, whatever the trainings you are giving for the students, what workshops you are giving for the students, what seminars, some kind of guest lectures, all these things, that will enhance the skills. You can ask the reflection notes on it as I mentioned. Complex problem solving skill, the pedagogy which will be used is analysis of critical incidents originating in familiar, non-familiar situations. Scenario based you can give them. Some problem based you can tell them. Ask them to analyze that particular scenario, where it will enhance the complex problem solving skill. And also the critical thinking skill they can enhance by either through that activity or through group discussions or through brainstorming sessions, real life problems or communicating with their peers. So all these things will help. Then creativity, how do you increase the creativity? Brainstorming session, mind mapping games you can give them, okay, thematic representations you can give them. So all these pedagogies you can incorporate. Now we want to enhance their communication skills. Communication skills, again jigsaws, puzzles you can use, cognitive learning you can make use of, then think aloud, pair problem solving you can use, content based instructions you can give them. So these are the pedagogies which you can use. Research related skills you want to incorporate in your students. What pedagogy you use? You use guided questionnaires, you use some of the experiments, you use some of the project work, collaboration work, consultancy kind of work. So all these things will enhance the research related skills. Then you have coordinating, collaborating with others, team teaching could be done, project, group work, and then think aloud, pair problem solving. So leadership skills if you want to enhance, teamwork and decision making you can do. So these are the various pedagogies which you can use. Or suppose if you want to know on the learning how to learn skills. So for that you can use self-learn, real-life problems you can give over there, some of the reflection notes also you can use them. Then digital literacy skills if you want to incorporate in your students, tell them on the usage of ICT tools that will enhance their digital literacy skills. Then multicultural competence which will focus on the cultural meet, interact with a diverse group, then how to build a conference. So all these pedagogies you can use. Then value inculcation, some debate kind of thing, discussions, storytelling, mind mapping. So all these things you can use. Then autonomy, responsibility, accountability. Then you can use the project work and the field work. So these are the various kinds of pedagogies which you can use for each of the things, because the same pedagogy will not work for all the things. So different pedagogies you can use for different learning levels. That's why I mentioned on the graduate attributes over there. So graduate attributes are the program outcomes. It is nothing but the program outcome. When I say program outcome, suppose BSc Computer Science is there. BSc Computer Science, what is the program outcome? That is BSc Computer Science is a program there. What is the outcome of that particular program? These are graduate attributes which are defined by the statutory bodies. So in order to achieve all these graduate attributes, this kind of pedagogies you can inculcate to the students, so that all the graduate attributes will be mapped over there. So you will map that CO/PO mapping you do. You map CO with your graduate attributes you do. So for that, this thing will help. Then environment awareness and action for this field work, project work, planning, observations. So these are some of the pedagogies. Then community engagement and service, some of the corporate social responsibility, some companies will providing. So those kind of activities you can take it. And empathy, in order to demonstrate empathy, again debate, storytelling, all these things you can do. Okay. So we understood on the graduate attributes, for which graduate attributes what kind of pedagogy can be incorporated. Now we will look into the pedagogical approaches which enable the interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approaches. Now all these things can be combined together. It is not that only computer science students are doing some project. It is not that only management students are doing some project. They both can mingle together and do the projects. So how they can do that? It's interdisciplinary, what we call it. Interdisciplinary is ability to think critically and creatively. Each of the students will think creatively. They will think critically over there on some of the problem definitions which you have given to them. So multidisciplinary and then interdisciplinary you have, which have the ability and confidence to navigate between the disciplines. the various disciplines will combine together and make some challenges over there, develop some new perspectives, and they will get a holistic knowledge over there. And also they can look for the transdisciplinary, which is integrating the subject's knowledge and skills into a very different coherent system over there. So this is how like students need to work in the interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary environments. This is what is the ICT contribution to teachers and learners. When we use ICT, what are the advantages that learners can gain? What are the advantages that teachers can gain? So with respect to confident, responsible, reflective, innovative and engaging. With respect to these parameters, both teacher and learner community will learn various aspects at each and every level and develop certain skills over there. Again, coming to the modes of teaching and learning and various approaches to be used, the various learning modes which you can use. You can go for online learning, you can go for offline learning, you can go for blended learning as I mentioned. So we'll look into that, how the various types of learnings or modes of teaching and learning can be utilized here. So when I look into the offline learning, chalkboard board you can use. You can make use of the technology over there. You can make use of the tools for demonstrating purposes. And then this accounts for the participatory learning. All students will be active in the class when you start demonstrating the things. So it is participatory learning which is happening there. When it comes to distance learning, it's in the capsules form and use of technology. Of course, they provide us. And offline learning, either it could be synchronous or asynchronous learning. Blended learning, you can use any of the visual platforms over there. As I mentioned, YouTube videos I told you. You can use any matter, any animations you can use over there. Send it to your students and ask some queries on that. Ask some applications on that. How to do that. Then experiential learning. Experiential learning you will be able to achieve through practical demonstration, through internships, what students undergo, through experimentation. When I say experimentation, it can be lab-based experimentation or it can be fieldwork experimentation. Suppose you tell your students to come up with some societal problem. You've given them to analyze some societal problem nearby some villages that students have gone over there and they want to study on the waste segregation over there. This is a problem which you have done. So students will go over there, start analyzing with all those things, fieldwork they do, and then they come up with some of the solutions over there. So that also comes under the experiential learning. Then some kind of trainings which you are going to give for the students, and simulation. You can tell your students, like suppose if you are handling networks over there, you can use NS2 over there and then tell them how this simulator works over there. Suppose if you are using data mining, you use some of the open source tools, explain them how the different techniques works over there. So simulated results you can show them this is how the system works over there. This is how you can build a model over there. As I mentioned, the offline modes of learning, you have all these things which I just mentioned you on the brainstorming session, group discussions, role plays, problem-based learning, case studies you can give, storytelling. I just mentioned you everything. These are some of the online modes of teaching. Flipped classroom. Yeah, this is one of the best thing. Like you should ask your students to write a blog. So that will increase their writing skills also. They will also learn the creative writing, how to do that one. And they start thinking aspects also. So blog writing is a very important thing. Online quizzes you can conduct. Online whiteboard, I think you might have used all these things. Virtual environments, virtual labs you can make use of. From IIT Mumbai you have virtual labs. You can make use of those virtual labs as well for most of your experiments. Blended learning, I told you, it is a satellite based learning you can have, or tab based learning you can have. Project based learning, we look into in details on the project based learning as well. Then online assignments, how to do, how to give the assignments and how students do the submission over there. What are the advantages of that we will look into. Then you can also use research as a pedagogy. Don't think research is a different component over here. You can use research as a pedagogy as well for the students, because that will inculcate research skills in the students. So how do you do that? You can use a concrete experience, that is do. What is required for you, do that. That means at this stage the learner actively experiences in the activity either in a lab or field. Based on the problem definition, he will experience something. Okay? When he experiences this thing, he will start observing the things. That is known as reflective observation, what is called as. So at this particular phase, the learner will consciously reflects on the experience at this particular stage. He will start experiencing on this and then he will think on that. abstract conceptualization he will make it. The learner will make it. Okay. So at this particular stage, the learner attempts to conceptualize a theory or model based on the observation. So he will observe everything and he will come up with some of the concept over there. Then he will plan accordingly. He has already observed what is done, okay, what he wants to do, and then he will plan now. That is known as active experimentation, what we call it as. So in this particular stage, the learner tries to plan how to test the model or theory for further experience. Okay, so you can inculcate pedagogy in your as a research component over there. Okay, if you are doing PhD, you can give your PhD statement small. Divide your problem statements over there. Small tasks can be given for the students and then you combine. That will also reduce your work as well. So as a research, you can use it for the pedagogy. In that way, students also will learn a lot of things. Capacity building on various pedagogical approaches. So how do you build a capacity when you use the different pedagogical approaches? Okay, increase the communication skills. You can increase the presentation skills. Knowledge enrichment will be done. You can make use of the library resources. Class management will be very efficiently done. Empathy, students will be able to get it. Evaluation, assessment, motivation, use of digital technologies. So all these things what I mentioned now are not the digital skills of 21st century, which I mentioned in the starting of the session. All these things are the skills of the 21st century. So all these things will be achieved when you use pedagogies in an effective way. So improving teaching effectiveness, now faculty development. So in order to improve the competency, faculty needs to develop or enhance their skills. How do they enhance their skills? They should attend some of the training programs, enhance your knowledge, some of the FIPs, faculty immersive programs, attend some of the FDPs, do the certifications. So you get confidence in that, and then you will be able to motivate or teach your students in a better way. Okay. So this is just an example of the prescription for an evaluation system. So what is an evaluation system here? What should students know and be able to do by the end of the course? At the end of the course, what students are expected to do? Okay. How will you know if they got there? How do you know how they are understood there? So what will you do to get them there? That is to that particular level. For this thing, these things are required. That means learning outcomes will drive the curriculum, will drive the instruction, will drive the evaluation. So that is why I mentioned your learning outcomes or your course outcomes should be very, very strong. When they are very strong, all these works will go on in a fantastic way. Okay? So your course outcome or learning outcome, competency, your performance indicators, and the assessments what you do. How do we do all those things? This is cognitive domain. I think you are aware of this, right? Cognitive domain. So cognitive domain is knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, evaluation. So this one, knowledge and comprehension, I told you, remember, understand level it is. Lower level. Next higher level is application level, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. Next higher level skills. So you need to give the students on the higher order thinking skills, HUDs, where the reasoning, critical thinking happens over here. Not at that level. So up to this level or certain to some extent this level, all the questions needs to be covered in your internal assessment. And this is on the creative assessments. The different levels of cognitive attainment, understanding and remembering, the one which I put over there, applying, analyzing and evaluating, creating and innovating, developing sustainable solutions. So this pyramid triangle when you see over here, all these things, what we are doing now currently what we are doing is that this level. To certain extent this level. We have to move up the ladder to the apex to make students to achieve the 21st century skills. This is very important. Now here, program outcome you have defined over here, already it has been defined for you. Now the competencies which you need to define. What are these competencies? KSA, knowledge, skills, aptitude, attitude. Okay. What knowledge, what skills students are going to gain. So for each of the competencies, you can have many number of performance indicators. It is not that for one competency, there should be one performance indicator. So how many performance indicators left to the teacher to define the performance indicators? Then you map. That means if I give over here 3 performance indicators, all these 3 performance indicators will be achieved so that competency 1.1 will be achieved for you. It is that way. Okay, so that way you need to define everything so that all these things will lead to your CIE and SSC assessments. These are assessment methods for different Bloom's cognitive levels. So remember, understanding, applying, fixed hour of examinations you have, analyzing, evaluating, creating. You can do either through your innovative mini projects you can get it done, or minor projects, capstone projects, or project-based learning. So we are looking to know what is project-based learning. So direct methods, either through lab work, exam questions, project examinations, some other kind of examinations, comprehensive exams, certifications, all these things are the direct methods of assessment. That means you can see and assess the students. What are the indirect methods of assessment? It is through surveys. Student survey you do, alumni survey you do, employer survey you do, exit interviews you do for the students, focus groups, job placement rates, and then course evaluations. All these things are the indirect methods of assessment. So when you assess the student, you need to use a rubric over there. Because there should not be any partiality with the students. No student should come and ask that why the mark says out of 50, why it is 45, why it is 46. Right? You may need to maintain a rubrics for that. When you maintain a rubrics, what happens is you have a clear-cut idea of how the students are performing. When you take, suppose, for example, project reviews, create a rubrics for that. Based on the rubrics, you grade the students. Okay? So the grading of the students, a scoring guide is composed of things you are looking for, guidelines for evaluating each of the components over there is known as the rubric. There are three types of rubrics over there. One is holistic rubric, another is analytic rubric, and then checklist rubric you have. Holistic rubric means for the overall performance you are giving. Out of 50, what? You create a rubric for that you give. When the analytical means you are going to break down. Suppose, for example, project. For project work, for synopsis submission, this much marks is allocated. For literature review, this much marks. Again, in synopsis submission, what are the things which you are going to look into? Problem definition, scope, motivation, scope and motivation, right? Background of the study, all these things you make it. So that you are going to break down over there. So that gives the analytical grading over there. Then you have the checklist, which indicates your scoring criteria is present. All the criteria which you have mentioned over there, maintain it as a checklist over there. So when you use the rubric, now suppose if the answers what you are given for the students are not yes or no answers, then you can always use the rubrics. Behavioral kind of questions, use the rubrics for this. Okay. So this is used to assess how well students perform at tasks, whether it can be speaking, writing, performance-wise, everything you can use it for a rubric. Okay. So when you want to use the rubrics, then you are going to assess your student learning outcomes, that is your COs. So how are you going to assess them? Specific criteria you need to mention, assign the ratings for them, then devise a scoring procedure. That means the entire rubric needs to be framed, then you will be able to assess all these things. So for example, I have given you over here, if the student learning outcome, for example, if it is effectively synthesized past research assignment, if it is there, this is the way I divide it. That is report components of what are the things which I take. Effective introduction, effectively it should be made. 10% of the marks will be allocated for that. Literature review 20%. Then appropriate thesis statement 20%. Evidence support for the hypothesis 20%. Conclusion then 20%. Formatting and languaging it is 10%. So this way I divide it. When I divide this way, then what I do is I find the average. That means for a particular student I am telling you. Combining for each of the marks I have allocated. Think that I have allocated each of the marks. And the student has secured out of 20, 12.57 if the student has secured. And the marks percentage what he has got is 62.85%. He has got it. But I have set the criteria for my success for the project. What is the criteria that I have set? I have set the overall average for the grading component devoted to synthesizing past research must be at least 15. 15 is a minimum marks which you have kept it. So 15 means 75% is achievable. This is the criteria which you are going to set up for the success. But what the student have gained? 62%. So whether the level of achievement is achieved or not? It is not achieved. You need to work on this now. Why the student have not achieved now? There must be somewhere some lacuna over there. So you need to tell the student, see, this is where you are lagging. Otherwise the slow learners will come and ask you now. I've done everything, why you're not giving the marks? You might have faced all these problems. So this is a way you need to create everything. Set a criteria over there. Tell that this criteria is not met because this is the marks, minimum marks which are allocated to you. You're not satisfying the criteria. So your criteria should be well defined. So general guidelines for the assessment. UGC has already mentioned that the improved graduate outcome to at least 50% of graduates to assess employment, self-employment, and best higher education. So at least 2/3 of students to engage in social productive activities, certain societal activities they should engage in, community activities, or in industry during their study. That is doing the internships kind of thing. And graduates acquire professional knowledge, soft skills, entrepreneurship skills, and human values or ethics. So professional development of 100% of teachers is required in terms of knowledge, in terms of pedagogical competencies as well. See, teachers should be empowered over here. So evaluation assessment tools, which can be criteria based, it can be rubrics based, it can be portfolios. You need to tell your students to create their portfolios. Whatever project they are doing, ask them to push the code on the Git over there. Okay. Then peer assessment can be done. Their friends can assess them, so that they will get to know each other where actually they are lagging. Then self-assessment. We have the capability to assess ourselves, right? Then the students can assess themselves, see that where they are lagging and then where improvement can be done. That's how evaluation assessment can be done. Oral assessment will be like formative assessment, weekly assessments you can do, formative assessments. Okay? Then interim assessments quarterly you can do, at the end of the course you can do. Either you can go with the class assignments, home assignments, some of the case studies you can give, assignments or quiz tests you can give, then some of the exams which are related to some of the questions related to the summative assessment, that is SSC, that is the semester end exam. So you can give that, but let it be as a learning phase there. So the components which can include a seminar, group discussions, some of the projects, work-based training, all this can be included. So finally, with the project-based learning. So project-based learning is a very dynamic approach where students learn certain things through experimentation. Okay, so how to do that? We will see now. This is done. This is a process. First thing is you need to understand the problem. Students need to understand the problem, meet the problem, need to know about that, and define the problem statement. If problem statement is defined, your halfway work is done there. Okay. Next, explore the curriculum. Already curriculum is given to them. Explore all those things. Gather information. What is that they are learning? What is not they are learning? Okay. If they are not learning something in the curriculum, there is a gap over there. That gap needs to be fulfilled. And teacher should take the lead how to fulfill that particular gap and find the possible solutions for all those things. Then resolve the particular problem. What is the best solution? What is the best fit solution? Then present the solution. If the solution is not correct or there is some deviation, always you can debrief the problem and repeat the process. This is how in the project-based learning it happens. So what you all have project-based learning in your curriculum? Have you included? So this is one of the components which you can include as a 2-credit course. You can include that if you are doing any lab kind of things or something kind of thing. For the lab component, you can include this project-based learning. Let it be some set of programs what you have. Along with that, you are also incorporating some of the real-world scenarios for the students and ask them to solve that. That is different. That is different. This is. That is as a part of the lab activity they should do. And that is project-based learning. What we call it as. Yeah. Okay. And way forward to conclude with. The development of skills and competencies is very much required for the competency-based learning. Content and competency to be presented in an integrated way. And then training teachers to adopt the pedagogy, very much important because teachers find it very difficult because for teachers also it's a transformational shift which is happening over here. So you should also take interest and adopt pedagogies. Promotion of life skills along with curriculum goals which you need to do. Life skills are very important. Then rubrics for assessing the competencies needs to be trained and assessment to be based on the learning outcomes. So these are the way forward which we need to look into when we want to incorporate competency based education in our curriculum. thank you for that, and this is my contact. For any details you can contact. So after this, now we'll be demonstrating you few of the things. You can just scan this QR code via your mobile. You can scan this and then are you able to scan? Yeah. Go back to the scan and then what is open? Padlet is open there. This is the screen which you are getting. Yeah. So in this screen, because as I didn't know your names, I've just mentioned the alphabets over there. So what you can do is this is a kind of pedagogy which you can incorporate in your classrooms, and you can take this report and file it. So this you can ask the questions. Now the question what I've asked for this particular session is mention how NEP 2020 has revolutionized the education sector. The general question which I've asked. You can do one thing, you can Google it, copy paste, because we don't have time now. I'm not asking you to sit and type over there. You just copy paste and see how actually it looks like. Okay. Now I have disabled the names also over here because I didn't know the names also are not added. So whatever you answer will come anonymous over here. If I know the names of the entire class over here, I can just enter my feed, everything in my database and keep it. Whatever student answers along with the student name, that will be appearing over here. Okay. Now you can start like whoever name starting with A to G, that is A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Name starting with that particular letters, you can start answering over there. Click a plus over there and you will start, you can answer over there. In the mobile itself you can do it. The system is not required for it. Which one? What are you going to do? Click on the 3 dots, add post. Right over here. Then you need to click on publish. This way you will give it. not getting? Three dots are you not getting there? This side, students are getting the dots there. I think somebody is typing over here already. Able to make it out. You will get that. I've set all the permissions. You see that there are three dots over there. Try to answer there. Somebody like sneaky fetch. He has answered over here. He or she. So this way.
It's asking either to log in, otherwise use this link.
So this is one thing where you can create a breakout rooms. I said small groups you can create. Faculties can create the small groups, right? So based on the students, number of students what you have, you can form the groups over there. Give some task to them. Ask them to come up over there. So after doing this, you can ask the students to explain. So that will increases communication skills as well. Let the student come and explain over there. So you have a rubric for that as well. What you can do is take the printout and file it. That's all. Everything you will be getting. You can practice later on. This thing I've shown you. So the other thing is you can just download. If we have time, we will do. Do we have time, madam? How much time do we have? 12 finished, huh? Okay. So I wanted to show you a few other two tools. Okay, no problem. What you can do is you can go to hotpotatoes.com. Hot Potatoes. You can install the software over there because it takes time now. At least 5 minutes it will take. Hot Potatoes you can install over there, and then what you can do is there is a quiz which you can create. Jumble words you can create. I'll show you now. So this is hot potatoes. This is one more tool. You as a faculties can use all these things. Students also you find it very interesting. Like whenever you think that you have a class in the afternoon and you are not interested to take the class, at least these things you can do. So students also will learn. Make it ready for 2 classes, 3 classes. You can make it ready and keep it. Anytime you can execute all these things. So here you can go with this hot potatoes. Quiz is there. Crossword is there. Match the following is there. Mix and match you have. Clone you have. So all these things you can create this. Anything like quiz if you want to create. Like you can create quiz. You can give a question, answers, and then what is the correct. Then share this link to the students. Students will do on their mobile itself. So this is one of the tool which I was mentioning. Other tool which we have is mygeopardylabs.com. You can just check that. mygeopardylabs.com. That is a tool which you can use it again for your gaming purposes. These are some of the gamification tools which I am showing you over here. This is also a gamification tool. Okay, this way you will get the matrix over here. So each block over here you can create a question for this and ask for the students. Okay, last month I used this tool. It was not paid. It's a nominal paid what they have made it now. Because I've already used for you, you may get it. Couple of times I've used this one, so for my payment it is asking. But 3 to 4 times you can use it. Is free of cost. Start building. So for me it will ask further this one. So here you can click on this. You can set the matrix type also, 4 cross 4 if you want it, 6 cross 6 if you want it, you can set it. See, you can type over here, the question you can type and correct response. Okay? You can just mark it what is NEP. Okay? NEP is the new education model. So this way you can type it, continue. See, the question is there. Okay? When certain all these things are finished, you enter all these things, students will not be able to see what question you have typed over there. Okay? Now, since you are creating, it is being seen. Once you have done with all these things, save and finish. Okay? Save and finish, and then now you need to execute. Start. Okay? Now, only one I have created question. So, one is coming. What is NEP? Now, student will answer. So, when student answers, what you do is you create different groups over there, and then you can start marking over there on the whiteboard. You will start marking this group 1, this group 2, this group 3, how much marks they have earned. Instead of that, what you can do is, if it is correct, here only you can increase. Now, student will answer something, so you can increase the marks over here. 100 marks and 200 marks, you can increase over there. So, this way, this is also one of the gamification tool which you can use. So, you can make use of Padlet, which I showed you now. Breakout rooms you can create, Padlet you can use, hot put it as you can use for mix and match and quiz also, and also you can make use of mygeopardylabs.com. So these are the gamification tools which makes students also to be very interesting to learn as well. Okay? Okay, coming to the point now, you can go home and explore all these things. What you can do is, now you can scan this QR code and then give a feedback over there. How was the session? This is also another gamification tool. Mentimeter. Have you heard of this? Mentimeter? Yeah. You can use the code over there. Use menti.com. Please open your mobile. If you're not able to scan the code, use the mobile. Use the mobile type menti.com and use the code 65316922, which is displayed over there. Either that or the QR code, anything you can. Are you able to do? Easy way, go to menti.com and enter the code there if you are not able to scan. Here rating could be done, match the following, fill in the blanks kind of thing, then subjective questions, all these kind of questions can be asked in this particular tool. So whatever answers you are typing over there, word cloud is formed over here. This is a word tag. This is also a gamification tool. A lot of thumbs up which is coming over there, right? So whatever answers you are giving, a word tag will be, cloud will be formed. Is it not interesting, these tools? Students also will enjoy, because all the time that you will be teaching the class and once in a while you tell the students to use the mobiles, definitely they will be very happy. Isn't it? Done? Okay. The next question is, what are the key takeaways from this particular session? Again, I formed a word cloud for this. We just mentioned the takeaways for this session. Don't give ABC at all. Okay, you can mention there. with the caps. With ABC, tells us something different there, right? So if you mention it as if you want to give a caps ABC, with a list. There are various options in this. You can start exploring various options. I have just given word cloud and then the rating I have given. Various other options are available. Definitely, you as a teacher will also find it interesting. Students also find it very interesting. Classes will not be bored. Okay. The next slide. Rate the overall session. Now this is as a rating part which I have given. So it is on the scale of 0 to 10 it is. So various rating you can give, that also will be formed. So this way, like you can use these kind of gamification tools which will enhance the learning needs of the students as well. Okay, so I have given you a gist of 4 different tools. One is Mentimeter I have told you. The other one is Padlet I have told you. The other one is on the Maya Jeopardy Labs I have told you. And the last one is on Hot Potatoes. So explore these kind of, all are free tools only. Explore all these tools. And if the charge also, it's a very nominal charges, like 50 rupees, 60 rupees kind of thing is there. Like if you exceed the limit, it is that charges they have, that's all. Okay, so this comes to the end of the session, and thank you all for your patience listening. So hope you enjoyed the session. So any questions I would love to take. If you have any questions, I would love to take. No questions? Okay, thank you for that then.
Happy afternoon to all. On behalf of KG College of Arts and Science, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to everyone who has contributed to make this day to ATAL FDP on NF 2020 perspective, integrating competency-based education in higher education institution event a success. First, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Manjula Sanjay Kurti, Professor, Head Department of Master of Computer Applications. Your presence has indeed made this event special. Your valuable insights and expressions have added immense value to our program. Thank you, ma'am. My heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Secretary, Ma'am Dr. B. Vanitha, most respected Principal Dr. J. Rakramada, and respected Vice Principal Dr. S. Vidya for their support and guidance. Last but not least, I would like to thank all the participants and students whose active participation have brought life to this event. Once again, I thank you all for your presence and support.
அந்த டீம் நேற்று பார்த்த மாதிரி ஆர்டிகல் டிஸ்கஷன் ஆர்டிகல் டிஸ்கஷன் பண்ணுறது நான் குரூப்லேயே மார்னிங் போட்டு பேப்பர் அந்த டீமுக்கு வந்து இப்போ இது பேப்பர் ஆர்டிகல்ஸ் வாங்கிக்கிங்கன்னா மேம் இது வந்து 4 நாளைக்குள்ளே செஷனுக்கு ஒவ்வொரு நாளைக்கும் ஒவ்வொரு ஆர்டிகல் நம்ம வந்து அப்லோட் பண்ணுங்க. அதில் ஃபஸ்ட் நேற்று ஒரு பேப்பர் கொடுத்துருக்கோம், இன்னைக்கு செகண்ட் பேப்பருங்க இதுங்க. ஏன் அனாலிசிஸ் ஆஃப் சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி பேஸ்ட் அண்ட் ஆத்தென்டிகேஷன் சிஸ்டம் சேம் டீமுங்க, அதே டீமுங்க தான் இந்த வாரம் ஃபுல்லாகவே.
நேம் மட்டும் எழுதிருந்தீங்க, அப்புறம் மாறிடுச்சுன்னு சொல்லி கலெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இதுலேயே எழுதிங்க. நம்மளுதான் எழுதுனா அது போட்டு முடிச்சுக்கோங்க. தீபன் சார் அவரும் இல்லை.
சரி வாங்க.
Baru ini alankaram yang
எல்லாத்துக்கும் ஒன்றே தானே. எல்லாத்துக்கும் ஒன்றே தானே. மொத்தம் ஒன்றும் இல்லை. இந்த பாயிண்ட்டை தூக்கி இந்த பாயிண்ட்டை தூக்கி
பாயிண்ட்ஸ் நிறையாவே எழுதுங்க சார். உங்களுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்கும் ஒரே டாபிக் தான். நீங்கள் வேறு மற்றவங்க கூட கம்பேர் பண்ணி பார்த்துக்கோங்க, ஒரு ஐடியா இருக்கும். போன் போடுவோம். ஒரு 11 மணிக்கு போடுவோம், 4 மணிக்கு பெண் இருக்கா? போகும்போது போகலாம். இதே மேம் வந்துட்டாங்க. எழுதுங்க சார், அது ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை.
இங்கே கூட 4 ரூணுமா அதான் சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கான். ரெண்டு 5 சந்தோஷம் 5 கிருத்தி
எங்க இருக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 4-5 நாள் இருக்கு.
ஆர்டர்லேயே எழுதுவாங்க ஆர்டரில்
சாமி ஒரே நிமிஷம் இந்த டீம் தான் சார் பிடிச்சிருக்கோம் சார் டெய்லி அவங்க வருவாங்க அவங்களோட நீங்கள் வச்சுக்கோங்க நன்றிக்கு வேலை அவங்க எழுதுவாங்க நீங்கள் ஃபாலோ பண்ணி உங்கள் டீமில் இவங்க ஒரு ஃபேக்கல்டி இவங்க
நான் ரைட் பண்ணுறேன் தனாச்சி தான் ரைட் பண்ணுறேன்
நீங்கள் தான் எழுதுனதா நீங்கள் தான் சார் கூட இனிமேல் கோஆர்டினேட் ஆகிடுவாங்க சரி
பண்ண மத்தியானத்துலேயே போகலாம் கேட்டுக்கோங்க வாட்ஸ்அப்லாம் பண்ணிடுறோம் பண்ணிட்டேன்
இந்த ஆர்டிக்கலில் டீம் நேம் மேலே எழுதியிருங்க பேப்பரில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா விபேஜில் இருக்குது டீம் நேம் அப்படின்னு டீம் நேம் எழுதியிருக்கு எக்ஸல் சீட் ஆல்ரெடி ஷேர் பண்ணியிருக்கு உங்களோட டீம் மெம்பர்ஸில் அதில் மேலேயே டீம் நேம் இருக்குது வந்து ஃபில் பண்ணிக்கலாம், லஞ்ச் போகலாம். நேற்று போன சேம் பிளேஸில் நீங்களும் டாக்குமெண்ட் வச்சுருக்கேன் வந்து கூட எடுக்கலாம்.
ஒன்றும் அவசரம் இல்லை, லஞ்ச் முடிச்சிட்டோம்.
முடிச்சிட்டோம்.
முடிச்சிட்டீங்களா?
நேம் மட்டும் இருக்க மாட்டேன்.
இங்கே நேம் மட்டும்.
அங்கே நேம் வேண்டாங்க, இங்கே சைன் பண்ணணும்னு அது மட்டும் கேட்டு சொல்கிறேன்.
தேங்க்யூ.
संतोष कुमार संतोष कुमार 4
லஞ்சுக்கு போகலாமா? அதான் போதும், ஆர்டிகிள் ரொம்ப சீரியஸாக பார்க்கணும் வாங்க வாங்க எழுதிக்கலாம் வாங்க.
நானே போட்டுட்டா
ஃபஸ்ட்டு
மேம் வரேங்க மேம். உங்கள்கிட்ட தான் அந்த பேப்பர் இருக்கா?
எஸ் மேம். எங்கே
இருக்கட்டும், லஞ்ச் முடிச்சுட்டு வைக்கிறேன்ல. ஓகே
மேம் வரேன் மேம். ஆகலையே பிரபா மேம்.
CMS college. Yeah, I do. You're from which department, sir?
I am Dr. Vijay Kumar. Karate department, BCA.
I've seen you before when I came. Actually, 5 years back I came as a UR here. Before it is not.
No, sir. I am back for 3 years.
3 years.
Yes. Before I was here. Good afternoon to another person here. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you for ATAL sponsored 6 days FDP on comprehensive cyber security techniques. Today is second day, fourth session, and today's session topic is detecting ransomware and other APTs using Splunk and open source threat intelligence. On behalf of our secretary ma'am, principal, vice principal, IKC director, deans and HODs of various departments, I welcome today's resource person, Mr. E. Joel Anandraj, who has graciously accepted our invitations to guide us through this FDP. Small introductions about today's resource person. E. Joel Anandraj is an accomplished academic professional with over 11 years of experience in teaching and research in the fields of artificial intelligence, cyber security and computer networks. He holds a Bachelor of Engineering and a Master's degree in Computer Science and Engineering from Karunya University, Coimbatore, awarded in 2011 and 2013 respectively. Currently pursuing a PhD in Information and Communication Engineering at Anna University, Chennai. Mr. Anandraj has a proven track record of publishing numerous research papers in reputed national and international journals. He has also completed several specialized courses in cybersecurity and computer networks, demonstrating his commitment to staying at the forefront of technological advancements. I welcome you, sir. I also welcome our Vice Principal ma'am and deans of various departments and IPSC directors and HODs and participants from various institutions. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dear professors, students, so today's session I'm going to share what I've learned and what I've experienced in my career in this domain. So I was particularly fascinated with this ransomware malware, which is much deadly and it's shocking the world right now. So the world that we saw in the earlier days, where technologies, things that are developed were often used for constructive purposes. But also we have seen that it's taking shapes, it's taking various shapes. Because the world is not only composed of peoples, but also bad peoples, where they take these technological advancement and they use it for destructive purposes. So when the computer world has evolved from 4-bit to 8-bit, 8 to 16, 16 to 32, 32 to 64, the advancement in the technology also improvised in the computer era. So as the viruses, malwares. So this ransomware is a kind of a malware. So it's predominantly the talk of the subject in this cyber research areas, because it has so much potential. Not only now, coming years, even we can say for a decade of period. So this malware has a very large potential to jeopardize the entire nation. So that potential was observed by the people who often take benefits from the innocent. So now it's being harnessed by those people. So here we will discuss about this ransomware, and then we'll analyze how to investigate if any attack has happened. So post that attack, you will see how the ransomware is infected and what are the information and insight we can gather from the investigations. So for our purpose, we'll take a tool called Splunk. So Splunk is an industry standard tool which has a lot of benefits, but we are going to use Splunk in the security aspects. We're going to use it for investigating the attacks, what are the tools that were used, and how the intruder has entered into the system or the network, and what target machine they have focused, and from where the attack arises. All those things we're going to investigate. So first we'll theoretically let's understand a few things, and then step by step we'll move closer to the Splunk. So all the commands essential for working with the Splunk we will see here, and we'll practice it, and then we'll get to know how to use this tool in a more profitable way. Okay. So ransomware. So most of the things that I think majority of the faculties here, the professors here are from 90s and 80s era, I guess. So when we study computer science, we often had one last chapter in the book saying virus. So we have seen a very basic thing about it, and often it could infect a machine, it could turn something shortcut, something it makes system inaccessible, file get corrupted, all those things. That's very, very basic things. But later on, people saw much potential in these viruses. So why can't we monetize it? Why can't we use it and steal something? Right now, everything is turning into digital. Yes, sir. Everything we are turning into digital. Every avatars of us. Yesterday, someone talking about Meta. So everything is accessible digitally. So if you are able to write a program in a correct way, give it so much power, then it can do anything. So one such thing, one such product is this ransomware. So ransomware purpose is two things. It can be used for two purposes basically. And majority of the nations, majority of the organization, maximum of the sectors, they are facing the problem number one, which is all their personal data, everything is getting encrypted. All their personal data are becoming inaccessible. So previously we had a situation where all these files, etc., that belong to a government agency, corporation, or to any companies, these attacks were happening. But right now, these attacks are now focusing the individuals, each and every person's. So what happens sometimes someone locks your phone and he asks you to give some 100 rupees so that he will release the phone. Because most of the data starting from our Aadhaar number, Aadhaar card, scan copy, everything we are having in the phone, right? So what if someone locks the phone and he gives a threatening message saying that pay some 100 rupees so that we will give you some key. Once you put the key, you can see everything. You can access your phone as usual. So what will you do if you are having a situation like that? Just 100 rupees. We'll do it. But this attack targets 10,000 or 50,000 people. What will happen? So that's the main theme of this ransomware actors. The ransomware authors, every day they are evolving. So in the past event I went where people from different government agencies, they are saying that, so why can't this kind of the cyber crime can't be mitigated? Why can't be mitigated? Because whoever performs this crime, they are being treated like kings and queens. Yes, sir. Someone steals something from our home, then everyone will frame him as a thief, right? Wherever he goes that way or that way, everyone will frame him as a thief. But a cyber criminal is given a job, is given so many luxurious things, because people want them. The world is turning into a different place. So people, industry, government, they want it. So this ransomware, it's getting powerful more and more. So there is a simple course in engineering called cryptography. So in the course we'll be having different encryption algorithms starting from Caesar cipher. So many basic encryption algorithms. And there are so many complex algorithms also. So day by day, the attack or the malware author, they change their landscape. They use different algorithms, different set of procedures, different set of tactics. So but the ultimate purpose is to encrypt the content. So once they encrypt the content, they start extorting. So they're asking for some money. So why can't they are not being captured or not being identified? Is there any difficulties? If someone is threatening, so is it difficult to find them in a digital world? Is it difficult? Any reason why it's difficult to find them? Difficult or easy? Difficult. One reason is?
We don't know about their location.
You don't know?
Their location.
Exactly.
They are accessing to internet, sir. So we cannot able to trace back them. They can change their IPs and they can move somewhere.
So dynamically changing IPs. So they'll be hiding their identity. So the other one is the transaction, the money transaction they used to make. so cryptocurrencies, sun traceable currencies. Even though there are several legal ways to find the or to track the money, there are so many other ways like coin mixing, coin joining, so that it cuts the traces between the sender and the receiver, the money transaction between the sender and the receiver. So these are all the strength behind this ransomware. So day by day, this ransomware is becoming much more powerful, and it can be seen across the world. If you type ransomware in Google and see, you can see most of the attacks happening in the world or around this particular thing. It's easy to get money. It's easy to cheat someone and then get access over the machine. So this ransomware writers, they know it very clearly. So they are utilizing those ideas. So three ways: encryption, extortion, and propagation. So three characteristics this ransomware has. So most common examples of ransomware, whenever the academicians speak, we bring these three things: WannaCry ransomware, Lockbit, and Ryuk. So in 2017, this WannaCry ransomware has brought a very big breakdown. So the entire world has suffered from this. I mean, majority organizations suffered from this particular attack. And there was one way they stopped this attack. They just reverse engineered the code. By reverse engineering the code, they were able to find one hard code in that, and they are able to use it. So when they visit that particular link, the infection will stop. That's what the hard code they are able to identify, and they used it and stopped the infection. And Lockbit is like ransomware as a service. Now you're using cloud as a service, software as a service, infrastructure as a service. Now the hackers, they are providing the ransomware as a service. So you don't need to know anything about this ransomware or technology or anything. Just log into a site, post your request or query, whatever you want to do, and press the submit button. Then automatically everything will happen. So ransomware as a service model is also now provided. And Ryuk. So apart from this, there is something that's very, very nasty, something called as Stuxnet. If you have heard about it, it's very, very nasty because it have jeopardized entire nuclear power plant. Just a single program was able to stop an entire nuclear power plant operation. So such potential this particular program has. Next one is advanced persistent threat. Just want to bring this into two different pathways. So this ransomware is also somewhat like this APT, but something APT we need to know something what it is. The ransomware purpose is just a very simple one. It's financial profit, financial benefit. That's the aim of ransomware. It doesn't have much the objective, or to jeopardize an operation. If you're using a machine normally, just stop it from using it normally. So what happens if you are trying to transfer money, you are in a remote place, there is no ATM, you are using your phone to transfer money or to pay anything. Suddenly someone locks your phone, what will happen? Or if you forget your user password, what will happen then? Again, reset it and then you have to do it. So that's the other thing. So either lock you from accessing the machine or lock you from accessing the data, right? But the APTs, their purpose is very, very critical, and they target the data, sensitive data, for espionages, industry espionages, for defense espionages. So these APTs, this APT programs, they often enter into a machine or enter into a system, and they will lie silently in a very passive way. They will sit and they will listen. So whatever is happening in the organization, what they are communicating, where the traffic is going and coming. So what are the different sectors, or what is the blueprint of this entire organization? So all these things it will silently observe, and then it will communicate to the server. I mean the command, and there is something called as command and control server. From there only the information, the communication will happen. So to the particular server, it sends the communication. So how the industries and countries, they are competing, or how they are working through the technological race, how they are, how they know about their enemy and how they are upgrading themselves, like this industry exchange. In the earlier days, the people will send person. Okay, he will send someone, they will be working in that industry, and they'll be observing, and then they'll be sending the reports every day. But right now, the program, a single program, is doing all those stuff in a very better way. human have so many limitations, but the program is doing it that in a very effective and efficient way. So the key characteristics of this APTs are advanced techniques. They use stealthy methods, and they often use something called as zero-day vulnerability. So zero-day vulnerability is a very, very notable one. Any idea about this zero-day vulnerability? Let's say you're having you built a home. You have built a home, and you know how many windows and how many doors are there. Everything fine, right? So you're locking every door, locking every window, and you're going to some place. When returning back, you find that your home is broken, but there is no opening or no nothing like that. But some of the things from your home are stolen. So later on, you're calling the police. The police is investigating the stuff, and he's able to find a small latch was broken. You didn't observe it, but someone observed it, and they utilized it. That's what zero-day in software also. Even the developer itself, they don't know the bug in the software. So whenever someone tries to identify that bug, they will utilize the bug. So zero-day vulnerability has a value of around $5,000 to $5 lakh in the black market. Because using this vulnerability, they can enter any organization. Because the organization doesn't know that there is a weakness in the system. So it has so many benefits. And you can see the bug bounty programs in many companies, like starting with PhonePe itself, they're having some bug bounty program. Some of the companies they are rewarding, some of them are not rewarding, they're just putting in the wall of fame. So they want people to let you know what the problem is there in the software so that they can fix it. They are not able to identify that zero-day, then some more technical, some more talented hacker, he will find it and he will try to utilize that bug. So that's what zero-day is. So most of the APT attack that happens utilizes the zero-day attack or zero-day vulnerability, and they use backdoors, remote access tools, and the target approaches, they typically target, they have very focused way of targeting the organization. They are supported by the state because they can't run the campaign, the hacking campaign by their own because they need a lot of funds and resources. So most of the APTs, they were targeted by the state-sponsored attacks only. So this APTs, they continuously monitor. Once they enter, they will try to observe what is happening, and then they will slowly adapt themselves. So what are the things that I should avoid accessing? Because sometimes the defense mechanism will alert. If something spooky is happening, the defense mechanism will alert. So slowly it will wait, and then it will observe. It's called recon phase. So in the recon phase, it will observe all these things, and then later on it upgrades itself, and then it will execute its task. Some of the common exploits were APT 28, APT 29, and APT 41. So some of the attacks, this APT is nothing but a cyber attack. So if the cyber attack is nationwide, and if it's causing so much losses, economic losses, so much of infrastructure losses, the government will frame them as APT groups. Once they frame them as APT groups, then means they will be continuously monitoring their activities. A ransomware can be triggered by any person. Tomorrow you can learn and you can also trigger a ransomware, but you can't be an APT group. So APT groups are more powerful and lethal. For instance, let's take APT 29 and 28. So that's a simple diagram explaining how they intrude and then they access the critical information. So once they are able to get into the operational infrastructure, they will try to put some implant into the machine, targeted systems. So they will establish an encrypted communication with the targeted machines, and then silently what happens is that program, that implant will sit here and it will take the data, take the sensitive data, and it will give it back to the CNC server, whoever is commanding. Some group, they will be having their own packages, their own custom made tools. Using that, they will be demonstrating the attack. So for instance, this APT28, both are Russian groups. So they have something called as X agent. So they will use it to get into a particular target machine. So for transferring files, for capturing the credentials, for all the purpose they will be using this X agent. So upon that they will be using a package called external. So this will be establishing a proxy connection with the attacker and then the target machine. So once that is established, so they will be taking the data and through the tunnel they will be able to pass on the data. So you can see one common thing, they are trying to get into a mission, take something and get it back to the hacker. But in a different ways, it happens between different groups. Okay. So, as we spoken earlier, so ransomware has a different objective and APT has a different objective. Ransomware is financially motivated. They want money, so they either lock the mission or encrypt the data. And APT, they need some information, some valuable information, either from the industry or from the government organization or any organization which has a valuable source of information. So what impact these two things could cause, this ransomware as well as APTs? So we have to understand the significance, not to understand its impact. So this ransomware has an ability to disrupt the business operations. So most of the organization they focus is healthcare, banking, government and other critical infrastructure, because day-to-day operation, if for an hour an operation is being delayed or an activity is delayed, then it causes so many losses. These organizations, they will incur so many losses. So they target these particular operations. So that's the significance behind this ransomware. So people who try to either disrupt an organization's fame or to disrupt an organization operation, they'll very in a simple way they'll go with this ransomware. So first thing, it causes financial losses to the organization in terms of millions and millions of dollars. So there is no turning back. There was an FBI agent, he wrote a book where you see once the money is lost, 99% of the time the money can't be taken back. So using this technique also, the ransomware writers are now deploying different things. Double ransomware, double extortion. It's called double extortion. So once you pay the ransomware, the ransom amount, what is the surety that they will give the credential back? There is no assurance. Like God, we have to trust them. So using this fear, they are now doing something called as double extortion. Again, they are asking to pay, because most of the data people have or corporation have, they are much sensitive. What if they release some important information about us? Let's take Facebook or any other agency, if they are releasing some sensitive information. So the entire people, they will be suing a case, right? So that's a problem the company also have. So they can't simply lie that we are not responsible for this and that. So along with the financial losses, reputation damage is also there for the company. An operation disruption. So till things get over, they can't get back. In 2011, there was something called as the Sony PlayStation. You should have played the Sony PlayStation games. So that Sony PlayStation network got compromised. So people were unable to access the network. So they have to wait till things gets over. They have to wait. So operational disruption, data loss and privacy violation. So before these sort of sophisticated attacks, so all the passwords the company maintains, some of the third level, second level companies they maintain were unencrypted form. So if the database gets leaked, that's all, everything will get over. So years back, Zomato also lost that confidential data, like your username, password and stuff, so on. But at last, what they found is all the passwords in the database which was released were being hashed. So once there is no future like this, then definitely the privacy will be lost. So if companies and user like us, we don't encrypt the data, even though we have that disk encryption feature in our laptop, we are not using it right. We have a future, right, in description, but we are not using it. Because we say that who will come and attack our machine. That's the first thing we have in our mind, right? That's the first thing that comes in our mind. Who will come and hack our machine? What is there in our machine? 2 years back, one of the professors in Hyderabad, he was a very great person, much experienced person. He called one of my colleagues. My colleague was working with him, and he called him. He said that I just downloaded a software from online. And upon downloading and executing the software, I'm not able to access anything. Every piece of information in my file is getting somewhat gibberish. I'm not able to read anything. So upon encountering that, we saw that every content was being encrypted. So everyone can become a target. So depending upon where we are going and what we are clicking, there's a possibility that we also can be a target, and that's the easy part for the hacker. So we think in that way, and they are using and they are leveraging that stuff. And increase cyber security insurance premium, because these sort of attacks, they are attracting the insurance company also, because they are losing billions of dollars, infrastructure, resources, everything is getting compromised. So they are losing so much of things. So why can't they go with this cyber security based insurance? So that insurance is also having a very high premiums, and the payback is also not 100% assured. Last one is regulatory consequences, because many of the agencies, whoever the customer is, they will be collecting their data, and for maintaining the data, they have some regulatory mandate. They have to complete that mandate. So if they are not able to safeguard the data, if some data breach is happening, then they are liable to that also. So they don't have any part in that, but unfortunately, indirectly they are also getting suffered due to this issues. So the next is the impact of APTs, advanced persistent threats. Like ransomware, their significance comes from the ability to infiltrate and remaining undetected. So there was a saying that even the ransomware or any malware infection could be identified. It could minimally takes 30 days. Minimally, it is taking 30 days just to see that the system is being infected with ransomware or any malware. So that much inactive the malware will be there in any particular machine. So that's the strength or significance of any APTs. And these APT attacks, they also have so much of impact. The first one is IPA, intellectual property. So their focus, I told you, it's different. So they steal information, they rely on information. So intellectual property theft and long-term compromises, national security risk, financial and resource drain. Finally, supply chain compromises. Nowadays, the hackers are going a step ahead. Even instead of just compromising a machine, they are just moving back in the software production lifecycle itself. During the time itself, they are trying to put some bug, put some issue in there, because the customer don't knows that, and the developer also doesn't knows that. So when the software enters into a machine, they can able to leverage that, right? So that is also impact created by these APTs. There are several case studies that I have just marked here. So throughout the histories, what are the problems that were there? So using move it, exploit. I mean, organization, they use some file exchange softwares. So compromising that in May 2023, more than 2,500 organizations were affected. And Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack happened in 2021. So they used basically phishing and data encryptions. It caused so much of problem in the oil pipeline. So due to this, price and other tax related issue were happening. So there are so many cases I'd like to show you here. Later on you can read this, I'll share this material with you. And the most essential part is that what are the tactics and techniques and procedures we'll call as TTPs, the TTPs that were used by ransomware and APT groups. So stealing the intellectual property is also stealing only. It's not somewhat fancy. People nowadays, they are taking it as a more the fancy way. working with the system and then stealing something, going and accessing the resources where they are not permitted. So they are taking it as a very fancy terms, but still that is a crime, right? So if a person commits a crime like that, they will be having certain common attributes. So like what I told, APT groups will behave in a certain way. They will be starting with the phishing mail. So using phishing mail, they will be trying to lure a particular customer and later on steal the credential, use the credential, and then they will escalate the privileges. So like this, they will be having some stages. So MITRE, there is something called as MITRE framework. The MITRE framework, they brought those tactics, techniques and procedures into a group. So for ransomware and APT group, so they initially through a phishing or exploiting any public facing application, they will be initially luring them. So once they lure them, then they will be able to gain access to the machines or any of the critical infrastructure, right? Later on execution. So once they lure them and then get access, they will be using some PowerShell or command line bash scripts. And they can even pass payloads to establish some well-known communication. So most of them, they use some social engineering tricks for executing any piece of scripts. For instance, they will give you some ad link and then ask to click it or link stating that some coupons will be getting. So they will be executing their agenda through this sort of things by social engineering. So they'll so the APTs and all, they'll be targeting, they'll be focusing what you're doing. So over a period of time, and only then they'll be initiating the attack. Without knowing the target, they won't start the attack. Even though any sort of attacks, high value attacks, they'll be completely knowing you first. So later on only they'll be demonstrating. And persistence. For some time that malware has to stay, and then only it has to initiate its attack. In 90s, the ransomware incident happened. It's called AIDS Trojan. So what they actually evolutionary biologist, a professor, he has actually started this sort of attack, using this sort of ransomware kind of thing in 90s period. At that time, what he did was he was preparing a CD, having some information, some awareness information about this virus, this HIV virus, and then he was passing it to various institutions. What happened is people using those CDs and then they'll be using the contents normally. So that Trojan, that virus, when it entered the machine, it observed how many number of times the machine is getting restarted. So upon a particular number of iterations, the restart, it triggered that malware. It triggered the actual malware. What the malware did was it locked the entire system, and it was asking the customer, I mean the victim, to pay an amount to a particular postal address. At the time there was no blockchain something at all. So some postal address it was asked to post it. So that's where it started. So the persistence mechanism, any malware, the persistence mechanism, it should stop, it should wait for some time, and it should set an event so that it can be triggered at some point of time. Okay? Or it can even change the registry entries whenever system starts or whenever an application starts, automatically this program should also be started. So privilege escalations. So the adversary can use stolen or compromised credentials either through some social engineering tactics or something like that, and using that credentials, the adversary can slowly move and escalate its privileges. So from basic user to administrator and then root user, like that he can. Okay. So most of the softwares you see, they might be having some basic weakness in them. So using those weakness, along with that, they will be entering to a particular region where the restrictions often there. So have you seen any corporate office? They'll be having something before the card punching. Don't tailgate. What is the meaning of that? when we punch for our attendance in some buildings, especially in the corporate places, they'll be having something called as don't tailgate. Because if a person punches, automatically the door will open. Anyone can enter along with him, right? That's what happens here also. So they'll be using some basic software weakness. The software is having access to some critical resources. Through that, they'll be able to enter into the machine. So WannaCry also did the same thing. That's called as something SMB vulnerability. Server message block vulnerability. Using that SMB vulnerability, they'll be able to access many critical infrastructure on Windows machines. Okay, there is something called as Eternal Blue. This Eternal Blue exploit was developed by this National Investigation Agencies, NIA. No, sorry, not NIA, NIST. NIST. Yeah, it's part of NSA. So they released that exploit. So using that exploit, they will be able to utilize this, and they were able to work with this SMB vulnerability. So always the software has so many weakness. What is the problem is someone needs to know where the weakness is. So if the weakness is rightly identified, it becomes a 0-day. So if that 0-day is being known to everyone, it becomes a common vulnerability. Okay. Sometimes the mission, they always system, they will having some defense mechanisms. I told you this term before. They'll be having some defense mechanisms. Something, if it is spooky or something is some program is accessing any port or any connections, they'll be automatically triggering those defense mechanisms. So certain malware, they'll be packed. They'll be packed with any legitimate softwares. Sometimes nowadays the malware is becoming fileless. There is no file, because using the file's nature and property, sometimes the antivirus itself could be able to easily identify that's a malware. Nowadays the fileless malware is also becoming popular right now. So these fileless malware, sometimes it can be obfuscated. It is hidden from the normal view. So using any special decoders only, it has to be decoded and it has to be traced. So such tactics also needs to be deployed when the ransomware and APT operation is being used. So that's defense evasion mechanisms. So that none of the defense mechanism is able to identify. So credential access. So much of our credentials, somewhere it is stored in your memory, somewhere it is available. So such credential access, if it is possible, so then that itself will provide a lot of information. So sometimes in a network, for accessing any critical infrastructure or any file or any other servers, they'll be using some tickets. So using those tickets only, the privileges will be given for any request. So such tickets could be stolen and it could be reused by the programs. Okay. So sometimes brute force itself is possible. That's a very rudimentary way of targeting credentials, going with the brute force. So trying to work with all different passwords, like how we try to work with different ATM pins. So brute forcing, it has so many ways to apply. And discovery. So in order to identify, so different ports, services. So the attacker, if he has a landscape, attack landscape, what are the different ways he can approach the target organization, what all he can use and what all he can't use. So that thing he needs to identify, that tactic he needs to identify once he enters a mission. So he initially scans through all the open ports, and what are the IPs or what are the DNS configurations, all these things he'll be able to track, and then he'll be able to get information out of it. And then lateral movement. So once he gets access to a particular mission, from there he can move somewhere around the missions in the network. Getting access to one mission will give him many benefits. Like the mission could have some, like I told, some tickets, even service granting tickets, ticket granting tickets, so many things will be there. So from there he can move to varieties of missions and he can demonstrate any sort of, right? In terms, something in a very basic term, we'll call it as a replay attack. Have you come across this term? Replay attacks. replay attacks. So we also do it, not in a computer term, but we do often this replay attacks, not to get something we want. Maybe in a school or college, if you want a leave, some of your friends have written a leave letter or a permission letter. You take it, you copy it, and then take back the same thing to the teacher, right? So that it makes somewhat legitimate. Someone has seen it and signed it. If you use the same content, it will be a valid, legitimate, right? So that sort of thing is also there to do. So take something, use it. It doesn't belong to the unauthorized user, right? But belongs to authorized user. So next is collection. So scanning everything. Collection. Sensitive data, much valuable information, all these will be taken. And exfiltration. So initially there is something called as command and control server. Earlier the Trojans used different mechanism. Now we have a more versatile and more significant ways to communicate with the victim. So we deploy this command and control server, or we call it a C2 server. So once a program establishes communication with the C2 server, then it will know that where to look for the commands and where to send the data. So data exfiltration. So collects all the data, and then from the scanning phase it will know which port, which services are available. So upon collection it will try to exfiltrate the data. The final one is impact. So just to stop someone from speaking outside what has happened, they will encrypt the data. So if you encrypt the data and if you threaten someone to release the data in public, what will happen then? Definitely, no one will speak about it, right? Even this happened to many of the police stations. If you see the Google and search, even it happened, this ransomware attack, they even compromised some of the FBI agencies, some of the police stations in some of our countries. So they won't speak due to the damage in reputations or damage in their name. So that's what they do, this data encryption or service stopping. So now let's move on to this Splunk. So understanding this ransomware and APTs, fine. Shall I move to this Splunk? Soon we'll cover and then we'll go to hands-on part. Okay. So Splunk is a software, basically a software. It can be run both in local machine or in your cloud services. So they collect larger volumes of data, and from that larger volumes of data, they'll be giving some real-time insights. Okay. Now to give a very simple idea about this tool, let's take very basic scenarios. In movies, often you see in a crime scene, ஏதோ ஒரு இடத்துல ஒரு கொலை நடந்திருக்கும், ஏதோ ஒரு பிரச்சனை நடந்திருக்கும். அப்போ அவங்க வந்து போலீஸ் வந்து பார்ப்பாங்க, என்னென்னமோ தேடி பார்ப்பாங்க, அந்த கிரைம் ரிலேட்டடான எந்த ஒரு எவிடன்ஸும் கிடைச்சிருக்காது. எங்கேருந்தோ திடீர்னு ஒரு லாயர் வருவார், யாரோ ஒரு ரிலேட்டான ஒரு டிடெக்டிவ் வருவார், வந்து நேரம் என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, நேரம் அந்த குப்பை தொட்டியில் போய் கை வைப்பாங்க. அதுலேருந்து ஒரு மருந்து சீட்டோ ஒரு பேப்பர் எடுத்துட்டு, ஓ இங்கே நடந்திருக்கா இது நடந்திருக்கான்னு பார்த்துட்டு கண்டுபிடிப்பாங்க. பிகாஸ் அந்த ட்ராஷ் கேனை பார்க்கும்போது அந்த ரூமில் என்ன நடந்திருக்குன்னு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கலாம். இப்போ நம்ம வீட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ட்ராஷ் கேன் பார்த்தாலே அன்றைக்கு நாள் என்ன அவங்க சாப்பிட்ருப்பாங்க, என்ன செஞ்சுருப்பாங்கன்ற இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சிடும். The same way, the system also dumps so many things like log files, configurations, communication data, everything will be stored in the log. So we need a tool. Tons and tons and tons of data, millions and millions of track records will be available. இதெல்லாத்தையும் நம்ம எப்படி மேனுவலாக பார்க்க முடியுமா? இந்த டைமில் என்ன நடந்துச்சு, இந்த டைமில் இந்த ஐபியிலேருந்து என்னென்ன கம்யூனிகேஷன்ஸ் எல்லாமே வெளியே வருது. ஸோ ஆல் தீஸ் ஆர் டோட்டலி டிஃப்ரெண்ட். ஸோ Splunk, this tool, security incident and event management tool, SIE tool. Apart from Splunk, there are so many other tools, easy tools also. So Splunk, this tool will gather these informations. Once gathering the information, what it will do is, it will provide you with a very basic insight about the data. We can filter it, we can rearrange the data to look for certain patterns, visualize it. So many ways we can see the data, okay, into a meaningful piece of information. So we can focus the Splunk tool to look for a particular directory or a data or a log file, or we can add a particular data set as a CSV file to the Splunk and make the Splunk to look for a particular piece of information or continuously monitor a log file. So there are so many network traffic tools called Wireshark, so and so. So Wireshark, all these we can configure and then we can make it to store the log in a particular directory. So that directory details also we can give to Splunk. Splunk can also look into it and it can focus and collect some information from the log files. Okay. So the first thing it can do is data injection and indexing. So I told you there are bulks and bulks of volumes of data that is being triggered by the system. So all these data, it has to be brought into a particular index. So once we are brought into a particular index, then only those index, what are the different data sources, different sort of IP sources, host. So based on this information, we can view some meaningful information. Okay. And it provides real-time monitoring and alerting mechanisms. And I'm just going fast so that we can start the zone. So advanced searches and correlations. So it has some powerful tool called Splunk processing language, like how you use a query in a DBMS. Here also we have a query. Through the query we can try to look through these data sources and we can extract only the necessary information. And it provides even data visualizations, dashboards also. Sometimes we can write some rules stating that if something happens, give me all the source where this has been started or where the traffic is going, who has triggered it, who is the user, what privilege he has, so and so. All these we can write it as a rule, and based on the rule, all these alerts will be provided in a dashboard. So such feature is also you can see here. And again, integrate threat intelligence also. So there are so many open source threat intel like virus total, like open source sandboxes, etc. They have a lot many information about these ransomwares. We don't have to start from a scratch. So first thing, any static analysis of malware is being done, they'll be going with this open source intelligence. They'll be searching for any signatures of this ransomware or either malware. So there are so many ways we can identify a particular piece of code is a problem or not problem. So this threat intel integration provides that way. And we can investigate any incident and what sort of response we should provide, what is the root cause, where this problem arises, so and so we can see. Compliance and reporting. So various organizations, they will be having some security compliance mechanisms like HIPAA, GDPR, European Union GDPR, so many things. So based on this compliance basis, reportings can also be generated. And sometimes machine learning and anomaly detection. So this is an interesting part. So machine learning and anomaly detection. So most of the bulk volume of data when it is available. So using that volume of data, we can apply so many ML algorithms and we can gather some information, right? So we have ML algorithms to classify, correlate, predict a linear value, so many things, right? So if it is integrated with some tool like this, powerful tool like this, then definitely lot more information we can gather. So next, how Splunk works. So all these are theories. So now let's move on to this investigation part. So I hope you have this Splunk installed in your machine, right? You can check the desktop. It's not moving. So you have your desktop Splunk, or you just search in your basic Windows search. Look for Splunk. If you have, it's fine. Otherwise, I'll give you a link. You can try online and then you can work. That's also fine.
ஃபைல்ஸ் வந்து டி டிரைவ்ல இருக்கு. நீங்க இன்ஸ்டால் மட்டும் பண்ணிக்கோங்க.
நான் இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
சார் டி டிரைவ்ல இருக்கு.
சரி, ஒரு லிங்க் கொடுத்தாரு, அந்த லிங்கே போய்கிட்டு போறீங்க. So you can visit this link and then you can access it in the web interface also. bit.ly/splunk_lab. Username and password is student1, student1. So if you are able to open that, go to this start menu. So the search menu. So the search box only will be entering different queries. We'll be working with different queries and then we'll see. Just make sure that you are getting into the screen. So the bottom part there is something called as data summary. You can just click it and see. So data, all the data with respect to host, sources and source type, everything will be available. So the data could be from different sources, right? It could be from your network, applications, firewalls, IDS machines. So many ways the sources can be. So we will work with this data set bots v1. So bots v1 is one data set which is available default. We'll start working with that and then we'll understand all the Splunk commands and we'll work with some questions. We'll try to find the answers to the Splunk commands. Okay. So you're able to see the screen? Okay. Just type this as command and see index equal to bot sv1. Let's take this. I am really not batman.com. This website is compromised. Let's assume that this website is compromised. Yara attack பண்ணிட்டாங்க. அத பத்தின இன்வெஸ்டிகேஷன் ஆரம்பிக்கும். யார் இத செய்திருப்பா? எந்த ஐபி இருந்து வந்திருக்கு? என்ன எக்ஸ்ப்ளாய்ட் அவங்க யூஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க? அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு பேசிக் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் நம்ம தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும். ஜஸ்ட் இத கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா நிறைய ஈவென்ட்ஸ் கீழ ஒரு பாப்அப் ஆயிடும். இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய the screenல இருக்கிற மாதிரி you will be seeing so much of things. So if you use this all time option, so all time option நீங்க கொடுக்கும்போது you can filter based on time. Last 24 hours நடந்த ஈவென்ட்டா, because this Splunk could be configured to point and work with the particular log files. ஏதோ ஒரு log file வந்து point பண்ணி இல்ல ஏதோ ஒரு particular firewall அதோட data source கொடுக்கலாம். அப்படி கொடுக்கும்போது அப்டேட் ஆகிட்டே இருக்கு. ஈவென்ட்ஸ் will be generated spontaneously. அப்ப நம்ம டைம் கொடுக்குறோம் அப்படின்னா அந்த டைம் ஃப்ரேம்க்கு உள்ள இருக்கக்கூடிய ஈவென்ட்ஸை மட்டும் அதை ஜெனரேட் பண்ணிட்டு வந்து கொடுக்கும். So you can even control that the events arise based on the time. So if you're able to do this, the left side you'll be able to see so many things. Selected fields, interesting fields, அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கோம். Based on our event, automatically these fields will be populated. Okay? Every system they have their own events format, right? So based on that format, automatically these data will be pulled. For instance, host அப்படின்ற போது in a particular machine, source type அப்படிங்கிற போது ஒரு firewall இருந்து வந்த ஒரு ஈவென்ட்டா, ஓகே, ஸோ ஏதோ ஒரு HTTP ஸ்ட்ரீம் அந்த வரக்கூடிய ஈவெண்ட்டா, ஸோ இந்த மாதிரியான ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கான சோர்ஸ் டைப்ஸ் எல்லாமே டிட்டர்மைன் பண்ணும். ஸோ அதை நீங்கள் எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர் பண்ணி பாருங்க இந்த பக்கம். ஒன்ஸ் நீங்கள் டைப் பண்ணிட்டு ஜஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்ட் எக்ஸ்ப்ளோரிங் திஸ், யூ பி சீயிங் so many stuffs. Show you.
So selected fields, it contains all the basic information. So let's take post. So in the post events generate in the source browser maximum HTTP traffic browser arise so by looking at that we can say so browser 28 point something 28% of traffic generate event generate UDP protocol so many log files event generate so all this we can explore. So source type so firewall browser IDS Microsoft IIA server. So the source type event generate observe SRC IP so in the IPs the event connect in the mission IPs connect we can see. So from this what we can observe from these three IP addresses. So this shows you number of events. This shows you percentage of the event. The maximum percentage of the event is responsible of this particular IP. In the IP events 75% So what is the likely IP address that is scanning the domain for web application vulnerabilities? So which particular IP? So initially we can suspect that IP. Right? So there are so many features. Once you do this, you can visually see in a time frame. You can see the number of events, like a histogram. You can see. You can observe so many informations from these events. Okay, and there are some 3 modes you can try to filter the events, or you can search for the events. One is smart mode. A little later, let's first finish this. And time picker, I think I already told you how to change and look for times. So just make the all time and you can adjust the time. If you give 30 minutes window from starting from now, 30 minutes window, what are the events that are present, it will show. Or if you give all time, so from when this event was actually being there, all those will be able to get it. Okay, sometimes it will be slow. So we have to wait for some amount of time because the data searching, everything comes through online. It will take some time. So while pressing the command itself, so much of help information will also be available. So you can look for, just press S and type, click control space, you will be getting all the possible commands from there. So that intelligence is also possible. Splunk. And there are 3 modes of searching this Splunk database. One is fast mode, other one is smart and verbose. So based on the speed and the data that is essential, among these 3 modes, any of the modes we can try. So verbose mode, starting the verbose mode, it displays all the events and fields. Okay, but it takes some time. It takes every piece of information and then gives you. And smart mode, it will look for only specific things. Okay. In smart mode, we can't even find any specific fields in the event. Okay, only selected fields will be able to display, and we can't filter anything based on any particular field. And fast mode, so only some basic or essential fields only will be taken from the events and it will be displayed. So if you want to elaborately filter the filter the events, so go with the verbose mode, or if you want to immediately see something, go with the fast mode. But if you want to do both the things, go with smart mode. Okay, but smart mode also has some restrictions. So apart from the selected fields, there are so many other fields, interesting fields, or you can also select or include fields inside the query. So 160 more fields. If you scroll the bottom and see, there are something called 160 more fields. Depends. So if you want to include any other fields, you can also include it by just clicking this any of the field. It automatically comes into this location. This particular field it comes. Just try one thing and see. I'm pressing this source IP. It's already selected. Clicking apps, I want to be included, so click yes, automatically this apps will come into the selected field. So like many other fields, and also the hidden fields also. You can just click this and you can select any other fields. It automatically comes into the selected field. Case to case it changes. We can use some logical connective like and, or, and not. If you want to filter in a very narrow way, like I want to see all the events from this domain related to this domain. I am really not batman.com. Also, the source type should be from HTTP. What they are trying to say is browser valiya generate on events. Browser valiya mattume generate on events in the particular domain la irundhudu appadina adha mottum na paakanum. Browser valiya என்னென்ன request இந்த டொமைனுக்கு வந்ததோ அந்த ஈவென்ட்ஸை மட்டும் நம்ம பார்க்கணும் அப்படின்னா like this connective we can do. So and connective வந்து implicit-ஆவே இருக்கு, நம்ம வந்து கொடுக்கணும்ன்ற கட்டாயம் கிடையாது. ஒரு ஸ்பேஸ் நம்ம கொடுத்தாலே default and அப்படிங்கிறது வந்துரும். அடுத்து நம்ம என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னா we can explicitly provide that also. And அப்படிங்கிறது நம்ம கொடுக்கலாம். Type this and see.
Security document for
Okay guys, you have done that. Just check with Surikat also. So we are getting the traffic from this HTTP and we have identified that 40 dot something, that IP is where much of the traffic is coming. Let's confirm it with this Surikata. Surikata's IDS. If something is coming and if something has invected, then definitely the IDS would have also have the same amount of traffic. So if you confirm with this IDS, the same IP is the major actor, or from the same IP only the majority of the traffic is coming, then we can make that as a possible suspect, right? That IP as a possible suspect. So now we just, along with, instead of the stream HTTP, change the source type to Surikata. In the second bottom, you can see the Surikata source type value, or you can just click it here. Comes up. Changing the source type, look for the same IP. So whether the same IP is having the major portion. So 4 different source types are there, right? You can change the 4 different source type and you can explore and see. So in different source type, what is the amount of events that are generated by the particular IP? So along with that, now you just it's showing all the IPs, right? So look for only that particular IP. So look for only this particular IP. So include that field also, SRC or SRC underscore IP. Different event will be having a different parameter name. Some even might be naming it as SRC, some other will be naming it as SRC IP. So you'll be having a different name. So just try that SRC. So IP to this particular. Just try this and see. First you try different source type. Once you try that, you just narrow down to this one particular IP. So different field has different information. So which destination IP it has contacted, what port it has contacted, what file it has access, so many things. You can scroll it and see. So many informations. You can click even one event and you can see further what is there. So once you've done this, look for a field called signature. In this event, there is a one specific field called signature that won't be available in the selected field. So you have to include it. So try adding that in the selected field. There are some 42 or some more fields linked, right? Click it and search for something called a signature. So once you find the field, include it, put a tick mark and include it. Soon it will come here. So the signature field marks some information regarding the event, especially what is exchanged with the server. You can see some information that is available. So SQL injection, possible XXC system entirety. So these information, this SQL injection attempt, these information provides some data that this particular IP is trying to compromise the server. So using some SQL injection attempt, some attempt related to database, something we can able to identify by limiting the source IP, limiting the source. We can able to gather some information from this IDS signature. Just check this out and see. And there is one more interesting thing that we can observe. I'm not saying it now. Once you see this, I want you to observe one more thing also. Because any attacker, if he tries to work with compromising any website or any blog, he needs to identify all the weakness. There are so many tools that are available in the online, in the market. You can use it. Those tools will gather and give you all the weakness in the machine. So can you able to find what tool it was used here? In this list it can be identified. I want to try this, select the signature and then tell me. If you are able to identify, you tell me or I will show you, okay? நீங்களே பாருங்க, உங்களால அதை ரெகனைஸ் பண்ண முடியுதுன்னு பாருங்க. be able to identify the vulnerability or weakness scanning tool. Looking at the signature field will give you that information. So adding more fields in the query will limit the events. Even though you can avoid it and you can still see the information, but it will limit certain other irrelevant events. If you want to work only with events that are related to this IP and your IDS, we can just do like this, or we can just limit that also. Even you can now examine the header files. So look for HTTP instead of Surikata. Look for source type stream HTTP. So every HTTP traffic they will be having a header file, right? So header file carries lot many information. By looking at the header file also, you can see so many other data. Either you just check the signature field like we told you earlier, or you look into the header field. In both the ways you can find the scanner name. Different events, the field name will be in a different way. So just use some wildcards and we can try to find. If you want to know about header, but we don't know exactly which field this header is there, just go and type here header. You will see all the fields related to header. So both SRC and destination headers are selected. So SRC header is sufficient because we are looking for the events that are arise from the 40.IP. So just tick mark the SRC header alone, and you can explore that SRC header. Left side it automatically comes. If you click this SRC header and you see one entry, you will be able to identify the scanner name. Or in signature, both the things you can able to find. You are able to find the scanner, copy it, paste it in Google and see what kind of scanner it is. Did you identify? There's something called as name itself will be available. Security's Web Vulnerability Scanner Free Edition. People can see this? Just check the internet and see. So using this Web Vulnerability Scanner, intruder can easily identify what's the weakness that is available. So we have investigated and seen what kind of vulnerability scanner the hacker or attacker have used. So we have started with the basic search, narrowed on the IP. From that IP we went on only events related to Surikata. So from that we have supporting evidence stating that this 40.IP is the only IP. from where most of the events are occurred. And this IP have used a web vulnerability scan, which is Techinques. Try this. You can use either and or you can leave it implicitly used. You can try with different commands and see. Okay? Once you've did that, try with different set of source and see. So now we got the source IP, we got the scanner. Now let's try to identify to which particular server it is targeting. So let's take this source IP address, and this is focusing on this website. Let's see to this particular website from the source IP, what are the events. In that event, if you are able to see the destination IP, then we can see which server is getting attacked. Okay, let's change the SRC address and let's change the source type to HTTP stream HTTP instead of Suricata. And let's see what are the destination IPs that are present. Be able to identify the destination IPs. So from the source IP through the browser targeting this domain, what is the destination IP? So there are two IPs we are able to see in the events generated so far. Among the 250.70, that's a major event as targeted. Much of the events where, or I see the attack where happened on this particular IP, destination IP. Are you able to see this in your machine? once you find the destination IP, try to see for fields like URL, URI, so that we can legibly see which particular directory in the server it is trying to access or getting into access. Okay? So look for parameters like URL, URI. If you're able to see the selected field, you just click it, it automatically comes into command. The last one you can see. URI path. Joomla, it's accessing Joomla. So it's a basic content management system. So it's trying to access the CMS. Are you able to see this in your screen? Knowing that, look for the number of successful loads from this particular IP. So if someone is accessing this particular Joomla CMS files, so how many times it is being loaded? So we can use something called as stats command. So based on URI we can group it. So how many times this particular page was called or something like that. This particular page you can see here 1928 times this particular page is getting access. Also shows each and every directories that are accessed, what are the count, so we can use this stats command. So whatever this command pushes, use a pipe symbol followed by stat command. You can able to easily identify the number of times that particular destination IP based on URI. You can see the count. In the reverse order, if you want to see the information, you can just use a further pipe symbol and then use sort hyphen count. So that will give you descending order. So with this we can able to see this particular site is having so much of connection requests. These are the number of requests. Sometimes successfully the page could load or it could interrupt in between. So that also we can check based on HTTP status parameters 200, 301 using the codes, HTTP response codes. We can try and see that. So you can include a code here, status. Status equal to successful load, page load. So we are looking at only the HTTP stream. You can also look at the IIS stream also. So possibly the IIS is also one of the data source type, right? So we can even you can change that and you can see. So using IIS server, any request is being made or not. We can see the successful page loads. It got diminished, right? Before some 11,008 something was there. Now using this status code, we can further eliminate majority of events and see how many successfully turned out pages. And you can legibly use this sort command to see the diminished order or ascending or descending order anyway. So we saw that earlier, before the unsuccessful attempt, some 11,000 something access was pointed to one particular location. So why can't we just see whether any brute force attack has happened? They're targeting one particular page for multiple number of times, then they are trying for some different possibilities of something like that. It can be a brute force or it cannot be a brute force. So we'll try to see the possibility. So we'll restrict our source type to only HTTP. Now using the stats command, look for the source IPs. So which source IPs were top in that? So using the stats command, our destination should be this one. Our destination should be this one. So using stat command, first restrict only to this HTTP stream, and then using the stat command, see how many IPs are there, and from each IP how many number of requests was made. So first, start with the source type. Restrict it only to stream HTTP since we have sufficient evidence that majority of the traffic is coming through the browser. Restrict only to the source type HTTP, and then the destination 192.168. We identified which is the destination IP, which is being targeted. So only restrict to those two things. Sometimes you have different parameters for the destination. Some events they'll be having best, something will be having best underscore IP. So if something is not working, try with different. So you can see here best IP. So best underscore IP, providing this IP address. So for this destination IP address, what are the incoming traffic events that are available? So use stats command. Right. So this leads us to three things. So only 3 IPs. From these 3 IPs only we are being the destinations being receiving so much of requests. So you're able to see the screen? Let's try this and see. And then showing an ascending order, change it to descending. There are only 2 IPs where majority of the requests has been arised. So if you are assuming that whether brute force is possible, then only these 2 missions were possible for the brute force, right? So when doing brute forcing, we usually pass the username and password. We try different username combination and password. Through a HTTP request, if you are doing it, the form data, there is something called as form data. Username and password are collected through a form, and the form is submitted to the server, right? This is what basically a login attempt will be happening. So in the HTTP request, if you are able to see the form data, in the form data, this username and password field will be there. So before that, let's try to find how many post requests are passed from these 2 IPs. How much post related events are exchanged between these two machines. So that we can see the HTTP header. There are two HTTP methods here. Get no more than two. 6 methods are there. Post, get, options, connect. So post is from client to server. So we can start with the HTTP method as post, and let's see how much amount of HTTP post requests are given to the server. And now apply the stats and see. So again, only two, I guess. Previously we had three, and then we are able to restrict it only to two. Further, only this particular machine is having so much of post request. So let's restrict our destination, our source IP to this particular machine. SRC is equal to this particular machine, SRC or SRC underscore IP, whichever works for you. And let's examine the header information. So it contains a form attribute, right? So every HTTP request will contain a form data. Let's check the form data. You can manually see here. If you open an event, you just open any event. Under this, you can see something called as form data. Or using a query also, you can go with this form data. So this form data contains something, but it's not containing what we are expecting, because it's not there in the right. We are not looking in the right event. There are some 14 or 1000 something kind of events. You can't examine all those things. So what we do is we just query it. We can do it, but it's not possible. So we'll just go with this query, and then we'll look for that particular form data. As this form data field is available, use the same term here. So form data, form underscore data. We don't know what is there. If you want to display everything, every form data, put a star, that's all. It's a wildcard, it takes everything and give it to you. Upon examining the form data, we will restrict it further. Initially, it will pull everything. Something like pass, we don't know what term it is, some username pass, something like that. we can just see first what is there in the form data. We put a pipe symbol, then we can use a command called table. So this will display from this traffic only the form data. You can do it for any field you want. So you can use this table command to display any event, any field there. So we can here see so much of information related to form data. Still we are not able to find what we need here. We can do it in a single command, but just before that, let's examine individual pages. Let's try to encounter anything related to username and password. Instead of looking manually, just try different possibilities from data. Only the yeah. Something given password. SSWD, username is equal to something, password equal to something. So let's try username, star username, star password. Let's try this. Username. We have form having these two terms. Whatever comes before and after and middle doesn't matter. Password. So all these username password combinations. So definitely it's a brute force. So we can able to identify that. So username admin, password Batman, username admin, something password rock, hash, something like that. So you just try this and see. Set the source type as HTTP and method as post. Destination we already determined which destination is getting so much of traffic. And further, form data. We don't know what exactly the form name is, so we'll just use a wildcard, followed by username, followed by wildcard, password, wildcard. And as a table, if you list only the form data, we'll be able to see all the events containing this particular form data, having username and passwords. So instead of table, use a stats command. We have used only the destination IP, we haven't used any source IP. So instead of table, in this table we are able to see the username and password. Instead of table name, use the stats command and see from how many sources we are able to get this particular events. So stats command, try stats. We're able to see the table and view all the username and passwords. So use the stats and then check. Same way. 2 IPs. So earlier when we are investigating that, we got 2 IP addresses. So one is something 44.40 dot something and 23 dot something. But from 40.81 IP only, majority of the connections came, right? Second the 23 na adukku keela irundhudu. But further filtering நம்ம apply பண்ணும்போது நமக்கு என்ன தெரிய வருதுன்னா, first இருக்கக்கூடிய IP இருந்ததுனா request அதிகமா போயிருக்கு. So even though the second IP has so many number of connections, the brute force attack came from this particular IP, which is 23.22.63.114. So as we narrow down the events further and further based on the field, even some things that we have initially assumed could change. So in the issue we thought this 23 was something not related, not a suspect. We initially suspected the 40 IP, but now the thing is different. So now we have to concentrate on this particular IP, 23.22.63.114. Now let's understand, there are so many username and password that was tried, but what was the first password attempted? Let's try to identify what was the first password attempted in the brute force attack. So based on the time factor, we can see the order in which the username and password was tried. So there is a field called time in the events. Like form data, there is something called as time. So we'll use it and then we'll try. Instead of stats, we'll use table command, time and form data. So these two fields we will see. So table command will list the time and the form data. I mean the time and the corresponding form data which was registered. So can able to identify the first password, which is admin and backman. You're able to see the screen? Try this and see. Like sort command, there is something called as reverse command, where we can see the order in a reverse way. Try this and see. Both the order we can see, the recent and old. See, oldest result you will be able to see at the top. If you remove the reverse, the latest you can see. So in this case, our assumption changes, right? So this shows you the oldest means this was the first attempted. So the username is admin and the password is default 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. This is the default brute force password they usually try, because majority of the password we often go with the numbers or whatever easily we can remember. So we can see the first attempted username and password. Earlier we thought different, that there was a recent one. This is the oldest one and this is the first attempted password. So we now saw what's the first password that was attempted. Now once you do this, let's see what was the actual password used to gain access to the system. How can we do that? So let's find a way in order to view these gibberish form data. So we just only isolate the password alone. We'll use something called as a regular expression here, which is rex, which can be realized using a command called rex. So whichever field we want to apply a pattern and then extract only a certain portion, we will pass it to the rex command, like how we pass it to a stat command or table command. We'll use something called, let's take this form data also. Use rex. So which field we want to apply this regular expression, which is form data. And in that form data, what particular parameter, username and password both are there, so we'll use something called as password. So this password that we are trying to attempt and get, where we like to pack it. So inside a parenthesis, provide the name, whatever you want to have, okay? So matching pattern, whatever the matching pattern is, where we want to place, we provide in this parenthesis, starting with a question mark and an angle bracket, closing and opening angle bracket. So give user password. Let me just give this. Followed by a delimiter /w plus any word. Okay, any word this password is taking will be there in user password. That's what it indicates here. So start with the next command. Before this pipe symbol, whatever the event that is generated, that will be passed to next command. Next command will look for the form data field, and inside the form data field, the attribute password, the value present in the attribute password will be substituted in this variable user password. Okay. And now you have to pass it to another command called search. So this search command will look only for the user password. So whatever we are trying to find, that particular password it will search. So user password will contain anything, as we have passed anything here, so it will contain anything. So we have to provide a filtering key. So it lists all the events, but we are not interested in this. So let's pass it to a table. So this table will collect only the, show you only the user password. So now we are able to see only the plain passwords. All those passwords that were attempted. You can even try this along with the table. You can include in the table. You can include the time field also, so that you can see at what time this user password was tried. Earlier we did it. Again, you can try it. You can see some more clarity at what time which individual password was used. So let's see the simple statistics of this password. Instead of displaying the table, table is fine. But let's see how much time each and every password was tried. Every password I've tried, of course, one time, and we'll be getting only one. But let's see the stats and see why it's important till then. Every password attempt is made one time. So there is one password which is attempted twice. What's the reason this password is attempted twice? Let's display this in a different order. sort command and see in descending order. So you can see Batman. So this password was tried twice. Rest of the password is only once. So from this, what we can assert? This password is tried twice, but rest of the password is tried once. ஒரு பாஸ்வேர்ட் யூஸ் பண்ணி brute force பண்றாங்கன்னா அதே இன்னொரு ரெண்டாவது எதுக்காக பண்ணணும் ஏன்னா அதுதான் கரெக்டான பாஸ்வேர்டு அது கரெக்டான பாஸ்வேர்டு கண்டுபிடிச்சனால தான் திரும்பவும் அதே பாஸ்வேர்டை யூஸ் பண்ணி லாகின் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க ஸோ நவ் வி ஃபவுண்ட் தட் திஸ் பர்டிகுலர் word is the password because it was used twice by the attacker. So we know what was the first password attempted, and now we all know what is the right password that was used to get into the system. Let's try this and see. So whenever you type a successful command, store it somewhere. Sometimes it might be reusable when you do this lab, or sometime later it will be helpful for you. You don't have to type it once again. Start from the beginning. So before this we saw where the brute force attempt was made. I think the IP 23.22.63.4. Let's check and see here. So from which machine these passwords were tried. So there is something called as values function. You can use this function to include in the count, the statistics also. So whatever the SRC IP is, that value will also be included in the statistics. In case if you have SRC, you can use SRC also. Now we can see all the IPs from which IP this was tried. So this particular Batman, you're able to see this password was attempted in two different missions. So what we can deduce here, all the passwords were tried from this IP address, but this Batman password is attempted by two missions, from two IPs. So 23.22, that particular mission attempted the brute force and determined the right password. So that password was given to this particular mission. So this mission only used it to access into the target mission. Brute force பண்ணது ஒரு mission, அந்த password யூஸ் பண்ணி டார்கெட்டை டார்கெட் குள்ள நுழைஞ்சது இன்னொரு mission. So அதுதான் நம்ம இங்க இன்வெஸ்டிகேட் பண்ணி தெரிஞ்சுக்கிறது. ஒன்று brute force பண்ணது, இன்னொன்று அந்த பாஸ்வேர்டை யூஸ் பண்ணி மிஷனுக்குள்ள இன்க்ளூட் ஆனது. So can you include something apart from this? Can you see the time and which URL that was accessed? Apart from this, can you list and see which URL was accessed and at what time. You know how to use stats command and table command. Can you try and see? So for this, you can remove this stats command, you can use the table command.
Sir, can you display that command in Notepad?
Sure. Visible? Let me do one thing. Let me create a share sheet and then put all the comments. So you can open the link and you can type the comments easily. You can use this link. The share sheet will contain all the commands. What I'm typing here on the screen. I'll put it on the share sheet. You can open it and you can copy and paste, or you can use it. next step, look for the URIs and the time and the user password. So we know from which particular mission the actual attempt was made. So I just given the command in the sheet. You try that and see. Okay. So use the table command. So before that include the source, okay? We have identified the right source, right, where the request came. So in this link you can find the command. I just posted it. Use the command. Now we can point out individually at what time the actual password was used to gain access into the domain. So this is the password which was used, and this is the actual time. And this is the location, this is the URL where the password was used to enter into the site. So some of your missions you will be having this SRC. So in case SRC is not supported field, use SRC_IP. Different mission, different field names will be there. Okay. So in the command I have given SRC, you just change it to SRC_IP. So if you cross that, See, once you've done this, next step is find whether any exe is uploaded. This site was using vulnerability scanner and was trying to identify some vulnerability. Look for any exe files. We don't know what exe it is. Just check for exes. You know what comes before exe? We don't know that. If you don't know something, use wildcard. Use star.exe. Search for star.exe, the destination IP. Where you know attack happened, use the destination IP and look for the exe. We'll know what exact exe was uploaded. You don't have to do all these things. Just look for the destination IP. We know what is the username and password. That's all. You don't have to carry this forward. Look for the source type, destination IP, and then search for exes. Okay. There is no specific field name. Just type simply star.exe. You will be able to see the IPs. Sorry, the exes that was used. So there is something called as field ending with file name. Okay, just search with field name, file name. So you'll see so many number of files that are used during those events. Okay, so there are only 2 files you can able to find. Try the and see. Just give exe and then go to the selected field. I'll show you. If you're not sure about any field, so just go to it and search for field partial name. So file name or file, something like that. So that's something we have got it here. So part underscore file name. So let's click that and see what the part underscore file name contains. So now we are able to see there are 2 files that are used against this destination, which is 3791.exe. So this was the exploit that was used in this attack. So try to find this and see. So change to different source type and also see. So instead of HTTP, try with different source and try to see whether any other executable is also available, and it was cached by different firewalls or IDs like that. Okay. So when working through this HTTP stream, you are able to see these 2 files. So let's try and see different source type. Also we can see so many other executables. Secure CGI with .exe. So this was used so many number of times that we can see it here compared to this 3791 exe. Check this and see. So destination we have seen, but let's try and filter using source IP address also. So from which source IP address this exploit is coming. So if you try that, we will be able to narrow down a bit. Guys, I'll share the materials with you and a walkthrough also. You can try it back.
Happy afternoon to all of us here. On behalf of KGCAS and Arts and Science, I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to everyone who has contributed to make this day to ATAL FDP on detecting ransomware and other ATP using Splunk, an open source threat intelligence, even a grand success. First, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Joel sir, Assistant Professor, KGCAS Institute of Technology. Thank you, sir. Your presence has indeed made this event success. My heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Secretary Ma'am, Dr. B. Manita Ma'am, and respected Principal Dr. J. Ratnamala Ma'am, and our respected Vice Principal Dr. S. Vidya Ma'am, and our IPS directors and deans for their support and guidance. Last but not least, I would like to thank all the participants and students whose active participation have brought light to this event. Once again, thank you.
சாமி